presentation before you begin. All right.
Apologies.
And then we're going to go through sort of our, I'll explain it, but in a little bit, a few minutes. Sorry, I lost my thing. All right, let's launch. Recording.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the Capital Projects Advisory Board. We appreciate all your time. And we'll kick off with Daniel.
Okay. Share my screen.
Cookie bag when your wife's watching.
Okay, so can you hear me? So welcome to the first group meeting of the Capital Projects Advisory Board for agency facility plan presentations. Appreciate everybody being here. We have full board here when Kent's online. This should be a straightforward meeting. So what I just want to go over a little bit about what you're going to be doing here. So just as a recap, so agency facility plans are two-year management plans that outline proposed funding strategies for the biennium. This is what agencies are presenting. And those strategies may include capital improvements and capital construction projects more than $1 million. And so your plan review should focus on the effectiveness of the strategies to ensure a level of facility stewardship. That's sort of the basis of the plan. It's a foundation, it's context, and it's a analysis of issues and problems that are being resolved, and some of that resolution is through facilities. And we're evaluating the facility interventions that will help execute the plan. So that's essentially what you're being asked to do. Each plan that you have received consists of a memo which summarizes what's going on with the agencies and their issues and what they need. A CPAB report, which is basically a data export out of our Tririga system that shows their facility needs and their FCI, facility condition index, sorry. There's also budget forms, which you may have seen there, and of particular note is the major construction and acquisition forms that detail project information, and that should be in multiple places. It's in and there's also a presentation. The presentation will be a summary of the agency's sort of biennium, what their operations are, what their mission is, and what sort of the issues that, as I was referencing, the issues that they're dealing with, and how their plan for resolving those issues, and within the planning period, which is 2 years. You know, it's basically the biennium. So that's the context from which you are observing these plans is, you know, what is the sort of overall sort of status of the agency, and also how are they resolving some of their issues through facilities. And each plan may contain a capital construction project request, which is a request for funding from the legislature. And those projects require a separate review by CPAB. So you're going to review the plan and listen to the plan. If there's a capital project, we're going to review that at the end of the meeting. So in terms of process, each agency is going to present their plan. CPAB can ask questions and give feedbacks during the presentation. Emphasis on feedback, because that's what agencies sort of, you know, need to kind of validate what they're doing. And after all the presentations are complete, CPAB will vote on to accept each plan. And you're saying, do we accept this plan? Do we not accept this plan? And we have a system now where we have a form that we have that my counterpart, Joe, who's online here, developed a system that we are used to input information into a smart sheet that allows us to hold on to retain this, but it's all organized by agency and everything. So all we have to do is Joe's going to walk you through the input of this, and what we'll do is we'll have the agency, do you accept it? Yes or no, but then why comments? It could be, the comments could be, we think you're doing a great job at doing this, congratulations, or you need more information because this particular thing seems a bit sketchy. I don't know. It just, whatever the comments are, we usually try to give encouraging comments that, or at least some feedback that helps the agency. So the project review process which we'll do after the presentations are done, is we'll take the projects, each agency will present their project proposals, if they have one, as part of their facility plan. So you're going to hear about them. But after all presentations are complete, CPAB will assign an added value criteria for each project, and DAS staff will log the results. So this is what we have. We sort of came up with this as a first try of this year, but we want to refine this in probably a little bit more detailed form when we have more opportunity. But a lot of these are dealing with, like I say, added value elements that that support state goals, support our agency goals, and also comply with executive orders, bills, and whatnot. Some of it's a little bit, is supported by a strategic facility and master plan. Has the agency identified or secured a site? Is the project a continuation or completion of a project? Is the project construction ready? Does the project reduce the agency's deferred maintenance backlog? Does the project mitigate a risk to the agency's facilities? Does the project implement climate change adaptation strategies, such as energy efficiency measures and whatnot? Does the agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project? So are they staffed up to do it? Is it for the scope of the project? Does the project result in a net consolidation of space? So is it shrinking the portfolio? If not, does the project support agency collaboration? So is it a shared facility? And does the project budget seem reasonable for the scope of work? Well, all these are yes or no answers. We didn't want to get into kind of a scalar answer that we have to compute, and we might get to that next biennium. But these are what I call added value things. Of all the projects that are submitted, these ones have these attributes that make them a little bit more sellable, I guess, a little more, have more, I wouldn't say urgency, but they should be prioritized because they achieve objectives and sort of goals within the state that pertain to facilities. So is that clear? Okay. I just want to make sure we're all on this level ground, so you guys aren't starting from scratch knowing what we're doing. So I'm going to stop sharing, and now I'm going to turn it over to Department of Agriculture for the first presentation.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Before you do, we'd like to do a roll call.
oh yeah, we got to do the roll call. We kind of jumped ahead. Didn't we? Oh, we have to.
Justin, would you like to do the roll call?
I can do the roll call.
Okay. I just don't want you to do everything.
That's fine. So Dave Lintz.
Here.
William Mester.
Present.
Bruce Johnson. Here. Justin Hurley Braswell.
There.
Mary Sauter.
Maddie Sutter here.
Sorry. Cindy Wagner.
Here.
All right. And Kent Yu
I'm here.
online. So we have a full board and a quorum. So now it's your turn, David. A lot of setup here, sorry.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. First off, can you see the opening slide to my presentation? All right, wonderful. My name is David Lane. I'm the Business Operations Manager here at the Oregon Department of Agriculture. I know you have a full agenda today, so I hope you find this presentation short and sweet. So, oops. All right, now here we go. Really quickly about the Department of Agriculture. Our mission is to safeguard Oregon's agriculture, natural resources, working lands, economies, communities through assistance, compliance, and market support. Essentially, we provide market access for agricultural goods through regulatory compliance. Our agency is funded through other funds, basically through the sale of licenses and services. And we get about a quarter of our revenues from general funds, and then the rest being through the federal funds and the lottery. So we very much operate as a business. Regarding our facilities, we have a fairly small footprint, especially for agency-owned buildings. We've got 12, we've got about 10 or so owned buildings, and most of those are small warehouses, greenhouses, shops, and some small administrative office space. The majority of our facilities or square footage is through leases. So, for instance, our headquarters here in Salem and the North Valley complex, where we have our laboratories and we are the anchor tenant, is where we have the majority of our square footage. We do have a number of leases also throughout the state, sort of strategic locations, but those are often small, a couple hundred square feet, just offices for single individuals. So since our owned square footage is fairly small, it is in a pretty good standing. I apologize that the presentation, if you have it before you, probably has a facility index of 2.1. I apologize, that's a carryover from the last presentation. It really should be 3.4. So you will have seen that this has gone up slightly in the last couple of years, but not so significantly that it causes us any concerns anyways. So for planning, it's all based upon our strategic business needs. And that is really based upon where our customers are and whether or not we or these facilities can meet the needs that we have as a business in providing our services to our customers. For the most part, we are in the locations we need to be. We've got the facilities that we need in order to provide those services, and so we're feeling pretty good about that. But if we did need additional upgrades or new facilities, funding, of course, would be a significant constraint, and we would need to work through that. So as mentioned earlier, our facility condition index has gone up slightly over the last 4 years or so, but again, not so significantly that it causes us any concern. So in terms of our building energy performance, you will see that at our Hawthorne facility, which is more of I would say, a compound in that it's got about 6 buildings, including shops, a small office, but mostly warehouses and greenhouses. You will see that our performance for that compound has gone up over what has been our baseline EUI. And that is mostly due to the fact that in 2024, we upgraded our lighting in one of our greenhouses. And when we swapped over to a new system, there was a break-in period of trying to understand exactly the system, how it worked, when lights needed to come off, when they needed to come on, and sort of, the strength of those lights. And so there was a certain amount of break-in period trying to get to an optimal operation of these greenhouse lights. And so we had a quick spike in energy usage at that facility, but since we've broken in those lights and figured out how best to use them to rear the bugs that we rear in our greenhouses, those numbers have come down. So the next time I give this presentation in 2 years, I'm hoping that that will show in our EUI. All right, next slide. So the question is whether or not we are built for seismic risk, and based on the governor's executive order, we do not meet the criteria to come up to those standards, since most of our buildings are outbuildings, warehouses, greenhouses, etc. So we do not plan to retrofit any of these buildings, and also we do not plan to dispose of any of these buildings. So along with that, we've got 0 for our plan summary. We have a very small deferred maintenance ask of about $70,000 or so for the biennium that'll be going forward. But other than that, we have got no ask of the legislature for any major projects. As noted, we don't have any plans for major projects coming up. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, David. Board questions?
I have a question. David, this is really helpful. Shout out for putting out your EUI, and a shout out for being business oriented. We really appreciate that. One question is on the 70,000. Were you going to ask that in your agency request budget, or were you thinking that that might be a minor capital need?
We will ask for it in our requested budget. I would note that of that $70,000, most of that is on other funds. That is not general funds. Only I think 1 to 2% of that request is of general funds. And so it's something like we asked for $400 in general funds for deferred maintenance. Otherwise, the agency is funding its own deferred maintenance.
Okay, nicely done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
May I ask a quick procedural question?
Sure.
So if agencies are funding their needs out of non-general fund sources, are they in scope for us to evaluate?
Yeah, they're in scope in terms of their agency facility plan, where you do another review of the project would be if they have a project of $1 million or more. So they just have $70,000. That's just,
Yeah.
that's the limitation for that. So that's what they're asking for.
Okay. Got it.
Any other questions?
So this is Cindy Wagner. So you have presented a plan and there's not much in there for growth. Are you saying that you have enough space for the next, at least biennium? I don't see anything that says you need to really grow for any of warehouses, greenhouses, etc.
Yes, no, fantastic question. In fact, we do not plan to grow our square footage. In fact, we plan to shrink it with the help of DAS, since our major square footage is lease space from DAS. We are actually in the process of restacking, or DAS is in the process of restacking the agricultural building, where there are 2 tenants, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And DAS has asked us to come within their new space usage compliance policy. And so we are in the process of actually shrinking our used square footage within the agriculture building to meet the new policy and really get up with the times with remote work and this hybrid work model that we're in.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
It's not a this is Bill Messer. It's not a question, but it's kind of, I think, Cindy, what you're kind of playing on was this, the future.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the response, but I'm just still wondering, like, is there any investment in the future at all? Are you thinking about that as an agency?
warehouses, like the greenhouses, offices, I understand. I was kind of like, what about, do you need more greenhouse space?
Yeah, and I don't think we're advocating that you need it, but I just like, we've thought about that, and like, what's the plan 2, 4, 5 years from now? And I appreciate that, immediately there's no need, but is there a vision that's being evaluated, or we're just looking at this as this report?
No, that's a great question. One thing that has sort of been a constant point of discussion, questioning is our Hawthorne facility. We are bordered by the Oregon Military Department, and I know they have interest in use of the space. We also question our use of the space, whether or not the facilities that we have there, so our greenhouses or shops or warehouses, could be moved to another location. And while that is something that we discuss, it is not in any sort of near-term planning to change those facilities. That very much meets our business needs as it is. And it's sort of one of those things, if it's not broke, why fix it? Now, I guess you could ask the question, everything deteriorates over time, so we'll need to figure it out at some point. But as of now, I think the agency has more immediate concerns that it needs to address in terms of its strategic plan and its place within the Oregon's economy, and is really focused on that, in which then will help inform any future facility decisions.
Is that good? Is that, any other questions? David, thank you. Oh, Ken has a question. Sorry. Ken, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I'll
I
talk for at least an hour.
I don't know if you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, my question is related to the life safety status of your facilities. Executive order did mention about they want to make sure that the buildings meet life safety standards, permitting employees to exit safely following an earthquake. Do we know the status of your facilities in terms of seismic life safety?
Yes, our buildings are such that really they're modular buildings in our the Willamette Valley. The agency-owned building is a modular. That's our office space. Otherwise, it is a shop and warehouses and greenhouses. Our other two owned facilities, one in Hermiston, one in Ontario, I think they meet the code of the time that they were built, but they have not been retrograded to come to any greater standard than that.
Okay. Yeah, just interested because meeting the code, back then when the building was put together, doesn't mean it's going to meet the current life safety standard. The standards permitting employees to exit the building safely after an earthquake. Okay, just want to ask that question. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so I think that's, if there's any other questions, I think we can excuse the Department of Agriculture. I want to thank you, David.
Thank you.
And you will get a memo from me outlining the summary of this meeting, Dave. As usual. Thank you. Okay, next we have Department of Aviation. Engine up.
Daniel, one clarification, are we going to listen to all the presentations and then decide to act on the facility plan acceptance?
Yes. We hear, we can evaluate that after the meeting. That's how we've done it traditionally over the past, say, 3 biennium, and that's was an evolution from how we used to do it. But that's how we're traditionally doing it.
Well, as we're getting started, good morning, everybody. My name is Kenji Sugihara. I'm the director at the Oregon Department of Aviation. Chair Johnson, good to see you. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are actually new? Okay. The three of you are in for a treat, okay? And you'll see why in a little bit. So, no plane today. You probably heard some people leaving from Salem, which is not our airport. Okay, so go ahead, next slide. Just to give you a little idea about our agency, our mission is we enable and advocate for a safe and efficient aviation system that connects communities and drives economic growth. So for those who don't know, we are actually the oldest aviation agency in the United States. So we predated the FAA. We started in 1921, and it feels like our building is from 1921. We own and operate 28 state airports across Oregon, from southeast in McDermott, northeast to Joseph, northwest to Nehalem Bay, and then southwest in Bandit. So if you're familiar with, you like golfing, Bandit Dunes, it's right around there. We have one central office, which is located by the airport, and we have 15.5 full-time employees. Well, right now it's 14.5, and that's probably going to drop down to 13.5. And then depending on the budget, which I'll talk about in a sec, it might drop even further. So we'll see. It's a 6,340 square foot building, and it was constructed in 1955. And I will share some wonderful pictures with you later. The current replacement value is $2.5 million. And we also have a tower up at the Aurora Airport. You might have seen the signs for it as you're driving I-5. And that replacement value is around $7 million. Our funding type is other fund, and we receive no general fund or lottery funds. Most of our fuel comes from jet fuel tax. And if you fly out of PDX, that's where we get most of our aviation fuel taxes. We have a variety of other funds that come in. For example, we rent buildings, et cetera. So very small amounts. The rate for our operations has not seen an increase since 1955, just about the same time that that our building was constructed. We're really fortunate that the land was transferred from the city of Salem in 1955 with a reversionary clause. So that means if it ever stops being used for aviation purposes, it goes back to the city. We own the building outright, which I think is a good thing. So we don't have to pay anybody for leases, et cetera. All right, next slide, please. We were hoping to get to 18.5 FTE, but for the next biennium, we're facing a $3 million shortfall for the biennium. Now, for small agencies like us, that's a huge problem. Even though ODOT, they laugh at us and say, your budget's budget dust. But at the same time, for us, it's significant. Our location, like I mentioned, it's at the Salem Airport. We don't plan on moving. We hope we don't. For our emergent issues, it doesn't meet seismic code. I mean, if there's an earthquake, it's going to fall over. It's going to be flattened. There's no doubt about it. The building has a capacity for electrical, and the storage yard is too small. That's our story. Business trends, new forms of aviation are coming around. If you've been watching the news, drone deliveries happening. There's these new electric vertical takeoff and landing. So those are like the Jetsons. You've seen that. That's coming around. So we need additional positions to support that as that comes around. Other states are doing it. We're trying to, but we don't have the resources or the folks to do. So next slide, please. This year, we're doing a Chapter 8 update to our Oregon Aviation Plan, which is an economic impact. So we're going to show, hopefully, the legislature and the public that aviation actually has significant value in Oregon, not only for economic development, but we play critical roles in wildfire as well as life flight. So if you've seen those helicopters going out to everybody, a lot of our airports are used for life flight. So just think about that. Demand management, we've been doing our best with the facilities that we have and trying to use them in a way that maximizes the resource use. Program delivery changes. Well, like I said, with the lack of funding, we might end up decreasing. So if with DAS, we've been going back and forth with DAS and the governor in terms of our agency request budget. And right now we're looking at cuts to CSL. So that's where you might see additional FTEs drop off. We're taking a hard look. We're also looking at our travel budget, which is mostly to head out to the airport to do maintenance. That might be cut, but we're looking at all available resources to keep things going. And then again, policies are anticipated change. The agency works with the governor and legislature on new priorities. And then risk climate change mitigation. So building's going to fall over. There's some interesting components of the energy efficiency of our building, and you'll see that visually in a little bit. So next slide, please. What we'd like to do, we'd either like to replace or rehab the building. It's likely a replacement because folks said that it's not likely worth it to rehab it. Really, it's to replace the 70-plus-year-old structure. And you see a lot of 70-year-old houses that are actually have upkeep. They're great, but the upkeep at our building, not so great. The planning phase, conceptual. I think we've shared a plan before. The facility condition assessment was completed in 2019, so that was 7 years ago. The estimated cost is $7 to $20 million, and timeline unknown because there's no funding for it. Okay, next slide, please. As you noticed, 2024, 58.1, 2025, 59.5, and then 2026, it's off the charts. So not in good space. I can find out the exact number somewhere. Next slide, please. So this is our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful headquarters. If you take a look, you can tell it's from the 1950s, circa 1950s. Next slide. Exterior shots. Those are single pane windows. And you see those air conditioners hanging out on the windows. Some of those are circa 1990s, early 2000s as well. Next slide, please. Asbestos, there's likely asbestos in there too, in the ceiling tiles. Our security system, we don't have one. We have a lock. Next slide, please. You take a look around. Oh, there's one of the wonderful air conditioning units. The sliding glass doors, pretty easy to jimmy open. Next slide. And if you're from Generation X or Baby Boomer, you'll notice a wonderful wood paneling that we have. A lot of us recognize that. And then this is just a view down the hall. We do have some LED lighting, which we try to save money where we can. Next slide. And as you see the ceiling, there's there's staining, etc. And that's my office right there. It gets really cold in the winters, and I have to have a little heater underneath the desk just to keep myself warm. Next slide, please. A lot of it's still just looking down the hall. Some areas we have some newer carpet, but again, a lot of it's. Next slide, please. Let's take a look. Those are uninsulated hangar spaces where our maintenance staff have to work. Not really that much insulation, so it gets really, really, really cold. Next slide. That's a storage area. As you can see, there's just things are getting old. That garage door is just there, and it's fairly old as well. Next slide. So our highlights. Our building is actually heated by fuel oil. Yes, it's an old oil burning furnace. It almost burned down. Our building burned down almost twice this past year. Just to give you an idea, somehow over the years, the carpet ended up getting put over the intake to it. So at a point, it was just running really, really, really hot. And the fire, the I guess, well, we had a full emergency response. They all came out. At a point, we were sitting there going, we shouldn't have called fire folks. But yeah, so there's that. And then the second time around, what happened was the thermostat went wonky. So it just kept on getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. But fortunately, we were able to shut that off before the building burned down. So I noted uninsulated working areas, which makes it tough for our staff. And then air conditioners are circa 1990. So they're not the most energy efficient. So as I noted, seismically resilient, no, zero. It would have been like the Capitol before its retrofit. There you go. Total facilities that meet life safety performance percent of buildings, 0. Prioritization plan, none. We don't have any money. We'd like to do the headquarters. And then disposition plan, buildings that cannot be retrofitted cost effectively will be replaced. Because the rehab, you can't rehab a building like that. So next. That just gives you some of our metrics there. So if folks want to take a look, you're more than welcome to look at it. See, there's a lot of zeros there. Okay. Major projects, what we'd like to see. And then reality. Next slide, please. That's it. So as you can see, our facilities aren't in the best of condition. I think I can say that our facility is probably the worst in the state system. I think the one at ODOT has at Mill Creek is very close, but unfortunately, because of budget, because of everything, because of our limited funding sources, which hopefully will get changed, but we've been talking to the legislature for a number of biennia saying that we need something to change. And unfortunately, it's fallen upon deaf ears, or there's been other issues at play. So that's us. I hope the pictures gave you a good idea of what we're facing at the agency. Any questions?
No question, but same images that I recall. I think we've kind of had this conversation a couple times.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we have.
Because you state that it kind of falls on deaf ears, I'm wondering, does this facility have any support or tie to the ordinance emergency response plan? So meaning, I would think aviation facilities are going to be key to our recovery in an event.
100%.
So I'm wondering if that's a play that should be discussed or work with OEM or whatever. But I think there's something there.
100%.
And then my other question is like, so this is about the building, but
Yeah.
how are the ways and how is that supported?
That's separate. So a lot of it's there's two types, right? So there's ones that are supported by federal funding. Those are in fairly good shape.
ASAP grants.
Yes, correct. Thanks, Chair. And then ASAP grants. So ASAP comes in two flavors. There's a critical organ airport relief, which is external to ODAF, and that goes out to airports that are public use airports that are not owned by the state. There's the state-owned aviation reserve, which is for state airports exclusively. So we use that as a funding source as well. There's a number of airports that are not eligible federal funds that we've been able to get Connect Oregon funds, and the legislature actually allocated some. Senator Brock Smith did an allocation for Cape Blanco, which is down on the South Coast. That was just redone. And then Prospect was done using Connect Oregon funds. And then Oak Ridge just received some Connect Oregon funds. And that's beginning construction this year.
Follow-up question.
Yes.
If the cascading event occurred today,
Mhm.
what would you do tomorrow?
In terms of our agency,
How would you support the recovery? But, I mean, your facilities are gone, they're flat.
Yep.
Have you backed up all your computers and off-site and so on?
yep. So we're very fortunate that ODOT does our IT. So we have shared services and we contract with them to take care of it. So things are backed up. Though we do have our own internal server that's in a room that was down that hallway. That'll go bye-bye, but there are backups of it.
And then what would you do? Would you have a plan? I mean, like a recovery plan?
Yes. We're mandated by the governor's office to have a plan to recover in case of complete disaster. And then Vice Chair Messner, just a quick thing for you. That is absolutely correct in terms of working with emergency management. We actually have a conversation with Rep. Evans this afternoon as well. And that might be something interesting to bring up with him. And we're always in contact with the OEM as well. So we're hoping if the opportunity comes to create a new building to house different aviation units from other agencies as well. So think of ODOT, think of emergency management, think of forestry as well, and just consolidating some operations into the aviation. Yes.
Just getting back to your question though, I mean, it sounds to me like your plan of recovery is that you don't have a building.
Yes. That yes. At this point, there will be. The plan is there is no building standing at this point.
And there also may be injuries as a result if they're inside that building.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee it. Yeah.
And about the functions that are going on that are aviation related within the building, are there maintainers that go do flight line work within your building?
Yes. There are. So we have a total of 3 staff that take care of all 28 state-owned airports. Just to give you a comparison, there's like 6 to 8 people at the Salem Airport who do the same job at only one airport. They're often out in the field, but during the winter they spend a lot of time within the building doing a lot of maintenance work because during the winter there's not much that can be done. They do brush clearing because that's not during nesting season. But yeah, during a lot of the winter, they do spend a lot of time at the agency. So if it falls down, then the folks who do the work could be injured if they're not out in the field.
And Maddie, and then Ken.
So I have some questions about the plan, I think, not the project.
Sure.
So you said there are 28 state-owned airports. So
Right.
I was looking at the register of all of those. So beyond the Salem facility, do all of those also have facilities, or is it just like a runway and a shed?
Almost all of them are just a runway and a shed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing substantive elsewhere that is in dire condition. It looked like a couple.
Milano.
I know had something.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But relatively recently constructed.
Yep.
Got it.
But other things, a lot of airports, what we have are through the fence agreements, which means that there's a border of the airport that we own, and on the other side are private businesses, and they have access agreements to
Got it.
our
Okay.
airports. Yep.
Understood. And then we'll come back to discuss the project later. Is that right, Daniel?
You can ask questions about the project now.
I'd like to ask a question about
Sure.
the 20 million that you know that you would like to ask for a replacement building. Are you thinking that that's only fundable through your jet tax? Is there anything that would stop you from getting a bonded funding through the state? It seems to me that there may be an ask that just needs to be put in.
Our operations budget is so low that we wouldn't be able to do the debt service. Like I said, $3 million in the,
120 million, you've gone in and looked at that debt service?
Well, as is, like I mentioned, we have a $3 million shortfall in next biennium alone. So, and we're looking at CSL cuts. So to add that on would be very difficult for us.
Can you say what CSL is?
Current
Service level?
Current service
Yeah.
levels, yes. So that's the amount of money to continue this current levels of service that we provide.
Go to Kent and then Maddie again. Kent?
Great. Thank you, Dan. Hey, my question is tinged related to your assessment. A few folks in the room have already raised up great questions. I know that your building is not in good shape, and you may get your wish list fulfilled probably down the road sometime in the future. It's a question mark, but here's a question: I want to ask the follow-up question related to Dave's question. Is that if you look at the Oregon Emergency Response Plan, so you are required to support ODOT to fulfill the ESF function 1 or 2, so that's related to the transportation.
Correct.
So your responsibility specifically is to do two things. One is the facilitate acquisition of aviation assets in an emergency to support state requirements. The other one is to provide staff members and equipment to assess the emergency airport repairs. So question, if you lose your headquarters, let's say your folks were able to get out of the building, pretend that's going to be the case, how likely you are able to move your operation to another state-owned functional building? That's one question. The other thing is also, is it possible you can have a redundant operation center, essentially copycat type of situation on the east side of the Cascade Mountain?
So what's interesting is if the building falls flat, some folks get out, the way that it works is, well, fortunately, our equipment is not stored indoors. It's outside in the gravel lot. So they'd likely survive. But if you take a look at the Cascadia subduction zone event, we're looking at the loss of transportation, surface transportation, right? So unfortunately, even if the equipment's there, you're looking at the I-5 bridge going down in Wilsonville. So there is the possibility of getting to some of the Willamette Valley airports, but I think overall, to be able to access some of the other airports, especially along the coast, is an impossibility. So that's an issue. So one of the things that we're also working on right now with emergency management is we're coming up with an Oregon aviation response plan and that stems off of a report that we also generated in terms of Cascadia subduction zone response from aviation. So we are actively looking at, for example, how do the localities assist and take a look at the airport and make assessments? Because if you think about it, if there's a tsunami, a lot of airports on the coast are going to be inundated. How do we ensure that the pavement is okay to land on? Because what's going to happen is you get a lot of scouring underneath the runway, and it could be totally unsafe. From the air, it might look okay, but there's instances where there's enough that it's scoured away. If a plane tries to land on it, sinkhole. It's done. So it's really working on that, the aviation response plan, where we can come up with a real look at how to properly structure the assessment of the runways, as well as support the incoming aerial assets that'll be coming from the east side of the Cascades. Now, getting to your point about having additional equipment on the east side, that also means capital acquisitions on our side of additional equipment. So that means whether the support equipment, vehicles, et cetera. We've considered that. We absolutely would love to. But we do have some redundancy out at Joseph, but because of funding, the vehicles out there are circa 1970s, 80s. So again, we'd love to be able to do that, but we just don't have any money to purchase the equipment to create that redundancy. Because I think there are assets over there where we could definitely store it, but it's just a matter of not having enough money to buy the equipment.
You haven't answered my question. Is it possible to essentially relocate your operation? You answered the question to the east, the Cascade. But what if you move your post-event emergency operation to adjacent building somewhere in Salem with into another agency's building facility? Is that something feasible?
Yes.
I know you want to have your own new headquarters down the road, but the thing is, as David said, what if tomorrow you have earthquake? How are you going to respond and recover? Is that possible to move to another agency's building to operate from there?
Yes, absolutely. We can do that. And then we'd like to move to the Emergency Operations Center at OEM, but the OEM building, we're unsure about the seismic resiliency of that building. So if there's any available, we definitely take that opportunity on and move there.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had done, is there programming, I think is the core question underneath what functions are currently performed? Because when I'm looking at pictures, I see some maintenance activities that could be accomplished just through sort of a warehouse, but I also see a ton of office pictures. And so that just makes me wonder, especially if everybody is doing restacking elsewhere, underutilized office space, what's the depth of adjacency required to a runway to do those office functions, or can they already be done somewhere else, especially given it's not like you're having to drive 90 miles to get to the runway. So those are just some of my broader questions.
Yeah, so well, we're hoping at one point to be able to run true aviation out of our building, because there are hangars. We used to have some planes as well. And for us, that would actually save a significant amount of money, because we have to visit a lot of these more remote airports as well for inspections and such. So with the eventuality, also with new forms of aviation, we're hoping down the line to be able to run long range drones out of our facilities as well. So access to a runway it would be really desirable.
My question, Kent and I are on the same page, or you can tell. You're thinking about all things that have to happen in these remote airports, but how are you going to run them from a central place the day after? So that's the question about shifting operation, immediately being able to captain the ship.
It's so immediately captaining the ship that we would move to emergency management and run operations from there.
Plan to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy, do you have a question?
That's what I saw what they were driving towards, and they were driving towards your continuity of operations plan. And that was your second location if aviation HQ fell, and it's the OEM headquarters.
Yep.
And OEM is like a mile.
Yeah, it's not too far away.
Just over on Fairview.
Yes.
So you could still get to your warehouse if you
Yes.
still had a warehouse.
Yes. Yes.
Or other flight line.
Yes.
And that is a seismically upgraded facility.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, good.
More towards the project. So I assume you're proposing to ask for $20 million to replace the building, right?
Eventually.
So the project, just to clarify, is just a conceptual thing that he included in the presentation because they have this wish for this building. They're not actually submitting a capital project space. Yeah, so they don't have a project, but for the 2 years, but they have this idea about how they're trying to resolve their issues. And it's a matter of getting the funding.
Yep.
So there is no ask for this by.
Nope.
So wouldn't it be prudent to actually have a seed money to do that evaluation? So 2 years from now, you actually can ask for a project? Same conversation.
Programming dollars?
Yeah, versus having the same conversation 2 years from now.
We did have a conceptual plan that was done under the previous director. That cost money again. And in the short term, at least, we don't have the funding to do that.
Was that the 2019 guys?
I think it's 2019, yeah.
Gas partnered with the Department of Aviation to develop some business plan and modeling of how many square feet they would be required for aviation.
Any other questions?
Thank you for all the questions. Those make me think, which is really good. So,
So to give you one more to think about.
yeah.
So you mentioned fuel tax.
Yep.
As a major source. Are you thinking as a department, as fuel transitions to a new fuel source, that it may not be jet fuel anymore? And that you will not have that as a revenue source in the future?
Yeah, we've been talking about that, and we've been talking about that at a national level too. So, for example, Pennsylvania, one of my friends over there looked at potentially using BTUs as a measure.
I just want to make sure it's on your.
Yep. Thank you.
No more questions? All right, Kenji, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And if you ever have any questions, my email is up there. And if you ever have any questions about drones or anything like that, feel free to reach out to me.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next up is Department of Education.
I have to go through 5 or 6 steps to connect to the meeting, just so y'all know.
The password. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Fremont, Dan, right?
In Fremont.
Okay.
So just for everybody's information, we're going to take a break after Department of Ed, half hour. Give you guys something to stretch your legs or whatever.
Are you in your meeting, Dan? I don't think I am.
Or not. I need to send you the link.
If you would, that would be great. I've got that invite. No, February. That's not on. That appointment on.
Did I get its way to you? Yeah.
And then this would be a good time to highlight, this is a legislative funding request.
This is a legislative.
This is a project that will be going in for the legislature for funding.
99.9.
Yes, well, perhaps.
I'll just say with those of us who were on last time, did get to tour the deaf school. You went, right?
Yes.
It's very,
It was fantastic.
it was wonderful. We had a great visit and could see firsthand what you're going to be telling us.
Yeah. I don't want to go there on Halloween because I'd be scared.
Yeah.
Totally scared.
You could go at Halloween. I'm sure I could even get you a ticket if that would be really helpful.
Melissa's gearing up here. OTAC has been asked to help as project manager for the school. So although we're just talking about acceptance of plans, I would recuse myself from voting.
Good call.
But I'm sure to tell you it's the right thing to do.
That's fantastic.
We've developed much of the material here.
So before you start, is the movie out yet?
The movie is not out yet. They
Okay.
are still finishing up the details. They're still finishing up the details and they're still actively working on it, but no, it's not done yet.
They filmed the
Does
movie.
everybody know about that?
So there's a movie that was filmed.
You told us about it last time.
Two summers ago, now at the School for the Deaf called The Flash Before the Bang. It's actually a real movie. It's not an indie movie. It's a real,
Kevin, what's his?
yeah, Kevin, yeah, sure. I don't know stars.
Oscar?
No. No. Who's the guy then?
Anyway, they are, they're working on the very last bits of productions. The trailer is done, but not public yet. You know, it's
About a
moving along.
sports team, right?
Yeah, the 80. One of the, I haven't talked about this in a while.
I'm sorry.
It's
That's the
fine.
first thing I thought it was.
One of the track teams at OSD won state. And one of the people that was on that team went to Hollywood and has been working in Hollywood his entire adult life and wrote a movie script and finally got it all funded. And it's now been filmed and they're working on it.
Kevin Hart was in. No, I'll look at it. Never mind. The guy who played, doesn't matter. Before we're done, we'll tell you. Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Well,
It's a rail.
it's quite all right. I'm more than happy to talk about all things OSD anytime to anyone.
It was just very exciting to be with the students there and see the excitement at the school. So think about that.
Were they running with Nike shoes?
I don't know.
Little before that time. I think.
They had period, that the joke, of course, around facilities is that they didn't have to do anything to the campus to make it look like it was bad at the time that they were running.
That is probably true.
Frozen and done.
It's absolutely true. We didn't change a thing and they were thrilled because they didn't have to pay for it either, so. Gonna be paying in other ways, I hope. All right, my name is Melissa Gardner. I'm the Business Services Director for the Department of Education, and Department of Education presents on behalf of the School for the Deaf because the School for the Deaf is a department behaving like a school, not an actual school. So, well, I mean, they are. And they're not, they're a department, anyway, it gets confusing. ODE is a state education agency, and we work to do policy and technical assistance to all of the districts and schools in the state. We don't directly control anything about those schools. We are just there to help and assist. Oregon School for the Deaf has been around since 1870 and has been on the campus that it's on since 1910. Talking more about OSD than ODE because what we do matters, but really this is about what happens at the school. So they have a campus where students belong. One of the things you may not know is that 90% of hearing adults who have deaf children never learned ASL. And so they don't have a way to communicate effectively with their kids. And this is one of the reasons that OSD is so important because it's a language-rich environment where they belong and they can communicate with literally everyone on campus. Except me, I'm not that good, but I get along. So they instruct in both English and in ASL. They're adding some Spanish now because their Spanish-speaking population is getting higher and higher. So that all happens as part of the regular instruction of the school. Their second language is English, not ASL. ASL is their first language. There are about 100 students. We were just there last week with our executive team. No, Monday. We were just there Monday with our executive team and they had enrolled 2 more students that day. So at this stage in the school year, they're still getting students. So I think they have 99 still. They might have 101, but it stays right about 100 right now. About 50% of their students are residential, which means they are on campus from Sunday afternoon to Friday noon-ish, and they stay overnight at the dorms on campus. They serve all of Oregon. So this is the only deaf school in Oregon. Other districts and ESDs have deaf programs, but they're deaf programs that sit in a regular classroom rather than a completely deaf-based instruction. Lots of things for kids to do on campus and off. Nightmare Factory. It's not. One of the interesting things I just learned is that OSD has one of only 2 deaf audiologists in the entire nation at OSD full-time. He's an employee. They participate in OSAA sports. So they have sports teams for middle school and high school. They just added esports. So they do gaming as a sporting event as well. That's pretty fun. And let's talk about the facilities. Many of you.
Yeah, about the audiologists, their staff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the audiologist is there full-time and will do assessments for both their current students, any prospective students, anybody that's coming in that needs that service that's related to OSD in any way. He's very happy to be there and they're thrilled to have him. So let's talk about facilities for a little bit. Many of you, as you remember, have been there. We have one facility, it's 37.4 acres, and it has 13 buildings on it right now. We did our very, very, very best to get you accurate costs for both opportunities and facilities. I won't swear to any number up here, but it is the best that we could do. So this is about right. I'm pretty sure that the gross square footage. Our FCI for the campus is 120%. That is up from where you guys saw it last year. And that's because, again, over this last couple of years, as we've had access to Tri-Riga facility, we actually entered everything from the facility assessment that we did a couple of years ago into Tri-Riga. And this is the score it gave us. So really, it's gotten a little worse because 2 years have passed. But this number is way higher than what we reported a couple of years ago.
That's the composite value for the whole
campus. Yep. We expect that it's just going to get worse because it's just going to get older.
In other words, the deferred maintenance is such that it's more expensive than the value of the property. Okay.
So as we were thinking about planning, as you heard from Dave, we hired OTAC to do construction project management for us, and it is the best thing that we have ever done to get expertise outside of our agency to come in and help out. Hands down. We are planning, as we do this, to a 200 student capacity. You heard me say they have 100 students right now. 200 is the number of students that would be best served at OSD as students. And we expect that the ratio between residential students and day students would remain the same. So as we're thinking about a dorm, we're planning for 100 students. Your slides are wrong there. I'll point that out later. We did consider moving the campus because it's in really bad shape. And how is it that we have a plan, but if that plan didn't work, could we move the campus? And really, so much of the deaf culture in Oregon lives in Salem because of the school, that moving it to Salem would disrupt that entire community. It's not just about moving the school. It's all the things associated with being deaf in Oregon. Not everyone who's deaf lives in Salem, not by any stretch, but this is really the heart of the deaf culture overall. So there's no place in Salem that's adequate to move to that we could find in a quick search. So we don't expect that there's going to be a place that's going to be better. In really good news, I took to heart what I'd heard you guys talking about at CPAB and reached out. I'm also ODE's emergency manager. So I reached out to OEM and said, hey, you guys want to come look at the campus and see if it would be a great place to come? And they are so thrilled. we're writing up an MOU that we hope to have done by the end of the year after fire season. Everything else is stopped until that's over. That they could come and use OSD as an alternate emergency communications center during an emergency. If their site is compromised for whatever reason, they could come to OSD, and OSD has dorms, they have kitchens, they have a pool, they have a gym, they have a library, they have a track that's going to be new soon. There's all kinds of things and lots of parking. So they could bring whatever apparatus they need to on campus. So if the students aren't there, or even if the students are there and there's a minimal footprint, because in a major emergency, we might not be able to get all the kids home if they live a ways away. Anyway, all of that stuff is in consideration, and we hope to have an MOU with them so that they could come use the campus if they needed to. I don't know that our campus is in such a better condition that if it's Cascadia, we're going to end up here. But if there's something else that goes on, like I said, they're giddy practically. So again, we have worked on it, and we have an IGA with DAS Construction Project Management, and that's how we have engaged OTAC, and worth every penny, every single penny. We're also using their preferred vendors and price agreements wherever possible. That speeds up the process of construction and architecture, and we're thrilled. It's been a little slow for the track. That we have a facility specialist at ODE who's tasked part-time to be the interface with the construction projects and the construction team on the OSD campus to free up the maintenance and operations folks that are at OSD to actually keep the campus running while we're doing additional things. And that's in place for the track. So, energy and then seismic, the answer is no. Do I need to say anything more? Okay. Yeah, the next newest building after the one built in 2010 by Stream Makeover Home Edition that doesn't get used all that often is 1970, and nothing needs energy or seismic. There's like, without considering seismic at all, we still have a high FCI. So, given all of that, what's our plan? You guys heard the full plan a couple of years ago. Those of you who are here, if you were not here, I'm more than happy to explain that to you. No problem. That plan starts with building a new residence hall because we're taking advantage of a largely empty spot on campus to get started. So tearing down an unused building. Our first ask, one of the things we listened to you guys say is that there wasn't a lot of nuance to our last request. It was just, hey, give us all this money for all the things. We're not quite sure how we're going to spend it yet, but it's going to be amazing. And that's why we're really glad we have help, because that's as far as I could get on my own. So we're asking first for services infrastructure. You guys heard me say we were on campus, and you'll hear me say now that the service, some of it's original to 1910. It's all really old, and it's starting to fail in small ways right now that the school works really hard to stay on top of. And we'd like to just give them a whole new run that includes all the infrastructure in one system. So power and internet and water and gas, the whole thing.
Water's brown.
Yeah, at the end of the domestic water line, there's the sinks and the toilets are staying brown because there's cast iron in a lot of places. So no lead. We do test for that. There's no lead in the water. We also relocate the main network entry point and out of the basement of the condemned building. That would be ideal. So here's some pictures of the current infrastructure. The domestic water vault, the Northwest Natural. We need to get a better name. Their gas intake to the campus. The next picture is the transformer for the Smith building, which is probably the biggest building on campus. And then this is the server closet underneath the condemned building where they literally walked in a couple of months ago and found a dead rat. We wanted to take it over to the Nightmare Factory, but we resisted because that's a little too realistic. It's also randomly there are 2 chairs. I don't know why there are old chairs in front of the transformer and in the server closet, but there they are. Amazing. So this is thanks to Skanska. construction company. They did us a map of what they proposed this would look like. So to give you a better picture of what they're thinking about, this is a new intake coming in the front of Smith and then branching out to the rest of the campus. It would address all the places on campus where we both intend to go and where we are. So yeah, the blue things you see on the map are ones that are like built for where we intend to go rather than just where we are right now. Those are in red. So we're not going to abandon what we have until it's really clear that we can. So I know this is incomplete data. We actually have a work order to get an Alta survey done of the campus, because one of the things I realized after we talked a couple of years ago is that our plan, our facilities plan, didn't account for anything underground because we didn't have money to do that work. We were up against the DAS budget limit and we couldn't go over it. So without going to DOJ, and I didn't want to go to DOJ for a FCI, so we didn't get underground anything. So we're getting that. They're under contract right now, so they'll be out. They are out. I've seen them. Their orange vests with their survey equipment, figuring out what's underground at OSD. So I don't know. It's probably not right, but it's what we have.
So the red on the prior map, the red is, that's all gonna be trenched, is that right?
Either trenched or, yeah, or it'll be underground. It won't be.
So
underground.
you're doing the Alta survey then to ensure that this is viable and you don't hit something. Okay.
Yeah. Let's not do that. No. All right. So the next thing, our next ask is for a new residence hall. This is more finalized than what we knew a couple of years ago. So we are definitely at one building with 2 stories. We have 2 wings so that we can accommodate all the kids that are going to be coming in. It includes at least one, but in addition to the staff space, it includes a guest, like a family suite in the building, so that people who are prospective to the campus could come in and see what it's like, or they could host a visiting coach, or something along those lines as well. We are actually talking to OEM about what they need as far as space. They're pretty tame. Like they come to the existing dorm and say, we can get 6 cots in this room. Okay, so they just mostly need room and they'll take it from there. But we're also talking to them about what it is that they need when the students come first, but we're also talking to them.
Melissa, can I ask you a question
Yep.
about that? Does it include also like a demo, maybe getting rid of an older building that we want to get rid of anyway?
Yes. I didn't put that in here. It removes 2 buildings. So it's on the map and I'll show you what those buildings look like. But the building that is right in the smack where we want to put it is the director's. It's called the director's house, Carpenter House. And it was used for the director. The person who ran the school lived there for a long time, and that's not been true since like the 70s. So
Yeah, it looks like on the map, the plan map, you could see a gray kind of structure behind the
Yes.
blue.
Yep.
So all that gray would be
Yep.
demolished to make way for a
the
clean build.
yeah, correct. Yeah, we're not going to try to. We're not trying to salvage that building at all.
Is there any potential for archaeological?
We have a number with parks.
Okay.
So we have reached out to parks to make sure that we are maintaining both historical and archaeological
Got
significant.
set aside.
Yes, yeah. We're absolutely going to need it, we know. To some degree or another. There's a couple of the buildings that are on the potential for historical significance, but none of them is actually in the historical registry. And there's still buildings there that are worth preserving somehow, right? Whether it's in pictures or, I don't know, but something. They've already come, Parks has already been out to the campus a couple of times. And we've shown them around and they're all excited about it. So I anticipate good things. This is a conceptual floor plan that got put together by Brick Architects who did our long range plan. They have maintained, they're doing stuff for free for us because they believe in what we're doing so much. So this was given, this is part of a pamphlet they put together for us that is like, we believe in what you're doing. We want it to happen. We're gonna do anything we can to help. That is not true of just, that's Skanska as well. They came out and said, we believe in what you're trying to do. Let us help. We have lots of emotional support behind this because everybody I've helped, I've taken everybody out to campus that wants to come. And everybody understands why it's important when they get a chance to see what's out there. So I did a little extra coloring, so you don't have this on your copy, but it's up here. So, no, you got the yellow copy. Nice. So the yellow buildings, the W building and the long building that is parallel to the tracks over there, those are the girls and boys dorms. So those become unused, except for the Nightmare Factory, which is under the boys dorm. Those two buildings we would stop using, but we have them until the residence hall is built because it's taking out the building underneath it is the director's house. And then the yellow building over to, that's Cherry Street that runs on the side. That building right there, that's Wallace Hall. It's not used. It was the primary dorm and residence and education space. So when they were in the midst of rubella and they had the little tiny kids there, that's where they stayed. It's not usable for anything else but that because it was built for that purpose. And it's 1940s or 50s, somewhere in there. Old. So that building has to come down because we would be using the Cherry Street entrance, which is right next to it. It's, I don't think I can. Yeah, thought I could make it bigger for you. I can't, but that entrance right now, it needs a lot of help in order to become a primary entrance for the campus. Part of the money that we're asking for is for that entrance. That includes the demolition of that building, but it is also like we're guessing we're gonna need to put a light in. We're guessing. And all that work, of course, will go through all the appropriate channels and we'll talk to all the right people. And we're really glad we have OTAC that will tell us who all of those people are so that we can do it right. So this is the most exciting slide in the deck, and it's a table. It doesn't have any pictures on it. But if we do this project, we avoid $39.8 million in deferred maintenance by tearing down two buildings and leaving the other two alone. So it's almost half of the cost that we're asking for the residence halls. And I think that's fairly significant. When we finally got that all figured out, this is within the last couple of weeks, we finally got everything entered into Tri-Rig and started running reports. And I was like, wow, that paints a completely different picture of what we're trying to do. It's not just that we are spending money. It is that we are avoiding spending a lot more. So.
What's the capital renewal priority turn through? That's the biggest chunk of that.
That is everything that isn't broken right now, but really needs to get fixed. Priority one is things like.
You're just eliminate those by demolishing those buildings.
Yep.
And seismic, there's nothing there because they're not.
There was, because I mean, I could put the entire cost of the building in there.
Okay.
Right, but we just don't have it officially, like we don't have anything entered in Tri-Rig that measures seismic because we haven't measured seismic because what's the point?
Okay.
So did I hear you right? You're gonna demo two buildings and you're just gonna leave two standing?
For now, then we come back and ask for a high school and then those two buildings come down.
So back on the yellow slide with the yellow blobs, there looks like a lot more yellow than purple. Is that because the residence hall is taller and those are one story, or how does 4 become 1?
So the two. Mouse. Yes, you get mouse. This building right here is not used.
Okay.
This building right here is not used. And then the other two are residence halls. They're one story.
Okay.
And they're both bigger than we need. Because they were built during rubella, when we had a lot of extra people that came up deaf because of rubella. So they were built in response to that and they're larger than we need. So this is downsizing the square feet. A lot of it's going to get taken up by the high school. The high school gets much, much bigger.
So are your capacity constraints like limited to 100 students and doing all of this will get you to 200? It's not the residence hall that's the capacity constraint, it's the, okay.
And honestly, it's the desire. So right now, the campus is in such a state that if I were a parent bringing my kid on here, I would have to be fairly desperate for their education to be successful in order to want to put up with the facilities. So. Other schools for the deaf around the nation are in essentially the same spot because they all had rubella at about the same time, so their buildings are about the same age. Some of them are further ahead of Oregon in addressing those problems, and they have seen an enrollment increase. So this is not just we think it's probably going to happen. No, we know it's going to happen because the other schools that are ahead of us have proved that there's an enrollment increase based on the updated facilities.
Washington State.
Washington State, among those.
Vancouver.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're into field trips out to facilities, Washington State School for the Deaf it's remarkable. So, and it's been redone in the last 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Well done. All right, our third project, and these are in priority order, by the way. So our third project, our third in priority, we're building a new track. That contract is all signed. The work has gotten, sort of started. You know how those things go, but it takes a minute. So we're on the way on this one. That means the track and some of the field stuff that we're putting in will be brand new, and the grandstand is old. Built mostly by staff and students because, well, they didn't have any money. So the next is the existing grandstand. We keep all the concrete. There's no reason to redo all the concrete. It's fine. It's big enough. Maybe we'd add a little to it, but not much. And so this would just refresh the grandstand from the concrete up and address all the accessibility stuff that they have going on. The bathrooms in here, the doors were locked. I would have given you a picture. They're all exposed. So it's concrete with everything exposed. And, it's functional, just not very functional. And you can't get, the top left picture that's accessible, right? So that's a ramp, but it's not actually connected to the sidewalk. So they got part of the way there. We'll fix that. And then the last thing is truly an add to the campus. It's the least expensive project, but it's also, we don't have anything in this space. So this is just putting a pavilion up. It's right outside the dining hall. And there are kids on every single sidewalk outside eating on the ground when it's nice outside. So this would just give them additional places to sit, and then it's got power right next to it so that they could do outdoor activities that require power. And if we get the infrastructure project, we'll put an end there so that we can get the rest of the services as well. So that's where the pavilion goes. You can imagine the dorm is right, or the residence hall's right here. And it'll just be right there. That's not to scale at all. I had to write the whole word pavilion to make it fit, so that's as big as it became. So this is, Bruce, you mentioned the 99.1 mil, right? This is it, but that's adding all 4 projects together, and really that saves us a ton of, I can't do the math and I can't see my notes, but which I have them written down. That saves us a bunch of money by doing all the projects together, because you can save some of the non-construction costs by doing all the projects at the same time and making sure they're all coordinated and done together. So if you wanted to be if the legislature would like to be generous and give us all the projects, that's where the 99.1 comes. But they are all priced so that the things that the others can be done individually as well.
Pretty amazing thinking of maybe you're at 40% on your return of your total project. Thinking that 39 million on the 99 makes it a much more prudent investment.
Right.
So shout out for that.
Yeah, well, and like deep gratitude, it's been a pain in them to get everything in, try to read it, but it's producing the kind of data that really helps us tell the story. So
And I assume what I heard you say is you're still using the brick, the architects. Last time you presented a master plan, it was
Yes.
basically, which is, here's how we get to it, and many improvements about safety on campus.
Yes,
I remember being very impressed with all, how
Yep.
thoughtful it was.
Yep.
So I assume you're using that as your baseline and
Correct.
working towards that and making sure, like all master plans do, looking at them. And this is the next step that you all
This is-
put together to say this, but it's not all the way there.
no,
So we'll be back,
no, there would be another 4 phases,
Yeah.
or another 3 phases after this.
all gained with the same, unless your master plan changes, it's all.
And I can't imagine, based on the way that was constructed, I can't imagine
It was
another
very
way
well
of
thought.
doing it, because we start with the residence hall because it's a largely empty spot on campus. And then we take out the residence halls and another building. Yes, and put a high school in that place. And then we have the high school free so that we can put an athletic center down there. Like, it's all dependent. They all have to go in order.
Plus you have an advantage of having a space, even though it could be used as a staging area and a different location for your new construction makes it much more viable.
Yeah.
It looks like you've already been through CPC.
So they recommend the project.
Ken has his hand up.
Ken?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I went to the Dogami map to see the liquefaction potential on your campus. Liquefaction means that during the earthquake shaking, the ground could turn into a certain layer underground could turn into liquid, which means you'll cause differential settlement, cause all kinds of issues on your facilities. So I'm going to share my screen real quick so that you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're able to see my screen.
Yep.
So this is the Dogami map. This is your campus right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. So this dark red represents the potential. This is high potential for liquefaction. So northern half of your campus, and it's the southern half. It's much better. So my question is this: how when you develop your master plan for your campus, was the liquefaction potential part of your consideration or not?
I don't know that it was part of the consideration, but that line that you draw or that shows on that map, Kent, is the line in elevation change for the campus, essentially. So that upper part of the campus is the lighter color and the lower part of the campus is the darker color. What's down in the darker color is the main education and administration building and the athletic stuff, but all the residents and the high school eventually are up at the upper part of campus. So the spot where most of the students are most of the time is in the part of the campus that would fare better, not great, of course, but fare better in an earthquake.
Follow-up question. So you mentioned about you are going to invest a significant amount of resource modernizing or replacing underground infrastructure. So if you have liquefaction, what's going to happen to the underground pipelines? They're going to be pulled apart. If you don't design properly, some of the things could flow up to the surface. So this is what's been observed during after earthquakes in US, in Chile, Peru, Japan, many places. So was this also part of a consideration? How do you when you design infrastructure replacement, is this request in your budget you requested? Is the liquefaction issues already being considered or was not?
I doubt that, honestly.
No,
Okay, see,
it was just an estimate of, generally placed estimate for these major facilities and retrenching, and because everything needs to be replaced. It needs to have much more depth of design and probably your involvement.
The reason I'm asking is because you mentioned about MOU with Oregon Emergency Management.
Yeah.
So if they are relying on your facility to become emergency housing, means that we need to make your campus functional afterwards, earthquake. So make it functional means that not only means building can stand up, But if you don't have all these services coming to support your building is just a modern caves.
Yes.
They are not useful. So I just want to raise that question. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
back to you.
great. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate what Ken was just saying. I also suspect that OEMs is looking for land to actually put things, just to have a place to have a lay down.
Yeah.
My question for you is really on the resiliency side as well, same thing. But have you considered solar as part of this insulation? Have you talked to a utility that may happen to be the utility of choice out there? There's programs.
We haven't gone to that depth of planning yet. I anticipate that, yes, all of that stuff. I know the campus is fully on board with doing whatever they can to become as resilient as they possibly can. So that is, with the students out there, it's super important to them that the students stay safe. And so that will obviously play in.
And there may be energy efficiencies for you in the long term as well, from a budget perspective.
Yeah, we would build to modern standards. So they would.
The budget for the dormitory would include a 1.5% for green energy technology and solar.
I'm just curious, how much contingency is built in right now to that 99?
10%.
10% contingency?
Yeah, it's on campus.
At the level of planning that you are, you would take care of it. So.
So the 80 million has a 10% contingency?
Any more questions for Melissa?
I just appreciate your passion, so it comes through.
Yeah, I learned sign language at OSD 30 plus years ago. And I'm not really good at it because it's been 30 years, but it's always been part of my heart, and the chance to serve them is just a pleasure for me.
I have to say, I actually feel angry that you're having to get donated services in order to even get this far. I appreciate this project.
Daniel, would it be all right if we, before we take a break, just that we avail the DAS folks online and the LFO the chance to give any guidance that they may have, because I know a couple of them have other commitments and may have to leave early. So I was thinking of Renee and Katie, if they have anything for us today or any guidance, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bruce. I just was going to say I've been enjoying listening, and I've been very engaged with Melissa as well. So I do have to leave in a few minutes, and so I will watch the recording that comes and send you and Daniel an email afterwards.
Thank you.
I do have one comment as well. I was listening for all of the campus improvements, and I did have a question related to the demolishing of the two buildings. So sometimes demolishing it cannot be part of the costs of the new facility. So it kind of depends on whether it's actually if there's another asset going to be put in its place, which I can see one of them is going to be demolished and the new building is going to be put on top of it. But the second one is not where the new building's going to be. So we might need to talk a little bit more about that and whether bond funding could be used for that piece.
Yeah, Rhonda, I'm aware of that that in the thing. So we definitely would need to talk to you about that related, but it has to come out in order to fix the entrance. But it doesn't have a building that's taking its place. So,
okay.
Yes, I am aware.
But it's related to the infrastructure.
Right, yeah, and
the
the bonds have super specific guidelines about that, so.
Yep.
We will ask and we will follow directions as requested.
Perfect. Just wanted to bring that up as a possible thing to talk about.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Thank you, Katie, Rhonda, and Renee. It looks like it's break time.
Yeah.
What if we just do it? We don't need a full half hour. How about if we could reconvene? It looks like it's 10:40. Let's take a 20-minute break.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
So we're going to reconvene here. Next up is Department of State Lands.
Okay, well,
Hello to everyone and Chair Johnson and the esteemed board members. My name is Sharon Domashowski and I'm with the Department of State Lands, and we'll be presenting this today in unison. And this is Katie Hudson, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Sure. And do I just take it from there?
You sure can, yeah.
Can folks hear us all right? I'm just checking.
And I think it goes here. There we go.
All right, perfect. Good morning, everyone. Again, Katie Hudson. I'm the Deputy Director of Administration for the Oregon Department of State Lands. Before I introduce a little more about our agency, I did really want to express my gratitude to Sharon and the other DSL team members for their hard work on this report and presentation. There's a lot of hours that go into all of this data analysis and reporting, and all those hours are greatly appreciated. Today, I'll walk you through a brief introduction of our agency and budget, and then hand it over to Sharon to walk you through our capital planning and portfolio information. So DSL, or the Department of State Lands, is the administrative arm of the Oregon State Land Board, established by the Oregon Constitution in 1859. And the board is comprised of the governor, secretary of state, and state treasurer, and is the longest serving board in the state of Oregon. We are charged with administering nearly 1.5 million acres of school lands across agricultural, forest, grazing, and commercial holdings, and managing submerged lands, mineral assets, estuaries, wetlands, and waterways. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I got a quick draw.
All good, all good. Our mission at the Department of State Lands is to ensure Oregon's school land legacy in protecting waterways and wetlands through superior stewardship and service. Our vision for the state lands is that Oregon sets the national standard for stewardship of lands, waterways, wetlands, and common school funds, with a commitment to healthy resources, public school support, professionalism, and having an outstanding workplace. For our 22 to 27 strategic plan, our core goals were stewardship, waterway protection, revenue growth, and workplace excellence. So now, so for our overall DSL budget, the legislature approved budget for 25-27 is just over 117.5 million. Funding land and water asset management, regulatory programs, facility needs, and research. Our funding is about 96% other funds, 3.7% federal funds, and a whopping 0.3% general funds. We are definitely an other funds agency. Revenue from our agency is generated through management of those school lands acreage via leases. So that's leases on agriculture, grazing, commercial, recreational, easements, and land sales, waterway and wetlands fees and permits. And we do have some federal grants and contracts and some other funding sources for us, such as the Monsanto Settlement Fund and private funds. Our 27-29 capital planning will align with our agency mission and strategic priorities. And any future projects will be based on building-based infrastructure, replacing aging assets, and a redevelopment project of a recently acquired formal correctional facility to support conservation, education, emergency preparedness, and community engagement. I'll hand it over to Sharon now, who will be expanding on our agency structure and facilities planning.
Okay, great. So I think that you covered that one. Sorry, I was behind on my slide. I apologize for that. So DSL has, we're a small agency, but we're a mighty agency. We cover the entire state. There's only about 145 employees, but we have a lot of community partners and volunteers that also work with us. A little bit about our plan. We only own 3 properties, but across those properties, we have 48 structures, and those structures vary in size, but with the majority of those structures being located at our north end facility, known also as Shadow Creek. And of those facilities, we have 7 major facilities and 48 structures. We've got 7 facilities that are considered major. All the rest are 1 million or less in value, or under 10,000 square feet, or both. So the majority of our structures, although we have 48, are smaller structures across those 3 properties. We also own a communication tower at our Sharp Creek facility, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go on here. And on that same property, we have 3 above ground water storage with 170,000 gallon capacity. That is the sole water source for that property. So for our portfolio, we have our state lands building, which is, it's here in Salem, and it's home to the most of our DSL staff. It supports the DSL land board as well, or I shouldn't say the DSL, but the land board, and which occupies about 33,000 square feet of the total building. The rest of the building we lease to other agencies, other state agencies, including the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, Business Oregon, Real Estate Agency, and PERS. And for our South Slough location, it's located in Charleston, which is on the southern coast. It houses about 20 staff. And that property, the majority of the space is designated for public use, and which includes an interpretive center, almost like a museum, that's also used for education in classrooms and public use. And then the whole property itself has about 4 miles of hiking trails through old growth spruce forests, S-ring, marshlands, and the other structures accommodate volunteers that actually will live on the campus or live on the property, including what we call the Spruce Ranch House, which is just that, is a house for them to live in, 2 yurts, and a maintenance building. The Shadow Creek property supports the Elliott State Research Forest and all of its operations, and there are 2 full-time maintenance staff that are assigned to that property. And for that property, we've also established agreements with 4 law enforcement agencies to use the property for their training, because the property is primarily unused at this time. It's going through its good development. We have agreements also with the Oregon Department of Forestry, the Coos Fire Protection Agency, the Hauser Fire Department, which is just literally down the hill from it and supports the sand dunes and all those recreation. It's a busy fire department. The Coos County Sheriff for Emergency Communications, and all for wildfire monitoring of the State Research Forest and the forest lands along the Oregon coast on that part of the state. Future redevelopment will expand the use of this property, and we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about that in just a little bit. We lease 1 building, and that's located in Bend, Oregon. It's a small building. It's 6,400 square foot building. There's about 18 staff at that location, and they do things like natural resource protection services, land management, especially with grazing lands and so forth like that, and permitting services. And that is our only lease building. I can walk and chew gum at the same time here, I'm not sure. So let's talk a little bit about our facility index, condition index. These numbers are high, and part of that has to do with the fact that our data was pulled from the previous high plan that some of you are probably familiar with. And just full disclosure, we have, as an agency, some of the staff assigned to update that information over this last year. We just haven't been able to pull it all together, but we have a plan to get that fixed. So some of this data is outdated, and so those numbers may be artificially high, especially on a state lands building. For the Shutter Creek property, and that's included in this, those numbers are really high, but those were based on the last time there was assessments done were under Department of Corrections, and honestly, those some of those buildings won't even make the cut when we do the redevelopment. So we're not expending a lot of money there. So we talked a little bit about our data being outdated and what's our plan to get on top of that. And so we do have a plan, and Katie's the leader of that. Hey, Katie. We will be hiring professional appraisals for both the headquarters in Salem and for the South Slough. We won't include the Shutter Creek properties because it's not going to be money well spent to do that while it's going through its redevelopment. Again, some buildings will make the cut, some buildings won't, so there wouldn't be any need to do that for those. And we'll also have, as part of those assessments and appraisals, we'll also include updating all the information on the headquarters in Salem and the South Slough. And I just talked a little bit about this, but that is part of our deferred. Our plan here is to build. At this point, the agency doesn't have and hasn't ever really had a portfolio planning, and we're going to get on top of that. So that is our plan. And Katie can talk a little bit about that if you want or not, but it's in the report here. Did you want to speak on it at all?
I sure can.
Okay.
So I've been with the agency about 4 or 5 months, and when I arrived, I'm coming from a chief of operations, chief financial officer role, and I realized we didn't have a 10-year plan we didn't have a deferred maintenance capital planning plan. And so I said, hey, that's a step we need to take to make sure that, especially as we're taking on bigger projects like this upcoming redevelopment, that we have the proper planning documents and assessments done before we take on those bigger projects. So part of what we are going to be asking for in this upcoming session is the limitation to be able to do that planning work. So we will hire a consultant to do those FCA, FCIs, develop us a 10-year plan for our capital projects, and then get us on track with a deferred maintenance plan as well. I came from the Oregon Youth Authority, which is the juvenile justice system. And so I'm very familiar with the type of love and care correctional facilities need to get them redeveloped and in a better space. So this was a project that I said the agency should start focusing on as we're moving into more capital planning, and then helping the agency go through finalizing that TRIREGA transition, because my prior agency also struggled with all the data movement needed to do that. So I learned from my previous agency what we needed to focus on at my new one. So
That's perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you for expanding
course.
on that. So a good news, a little bit of good news following that, not as good a news, is our energy performance. We're in good shape for both the Salem location and for our South Sioux building. We're meeting the EUI targets on those. We're very pleased with that. We don't track and haven't tracked the energy performance on the Shutter Creek property again. Most of the 43 buildings on that property are not occupied at all. There's just a handful of staff using the property at this point until the redevelopment is done. And so while we keep the lights on, they're not being used. So, and they need rehab before we start tracking this. Seismic, much in the same condition. We talked a little bit about one of the plans that we have for this next biennium is to have professional assessments done, and that will include some seismic assessments on both the Salem facility, which is our main property, and then also the South Sioux. We will not include, pardon me, we won't include the Shutter Creek again because that's in a redevelopment stage. So we'll talk a little bit about the state lands building here. This building, as we talked about just a little bit ago, it's our main building. It's about 36 years old. It is still construction, which is good, but we will have that seismic assessment done on it as well. We just recently completed the elevator modernization. We're just literally just wrapping that up for this current biennium. We're planning for a new roof replacement in the next biennium. And we started that off with a professional assessment. We hired a company to come in and do an assessment on the condition and the functionality, and to provide us with a recommendation to repair, replace, what the best foot forward would be. And that is our main ask for this project or for this next grant. The current roof is more than 20 years old, and it is failing. It's at the end of its lifespan. And the recommendation by the company we hired is to replace it, and they recommended that we use the SBS modified bitumen to replace it. And the estimated cost of that is $2 million. We will be looking at solar as an addition for that to meet those energy and the solar, the 1.5%. However, the OTAC was one who did the assessment for that, and they said that this building doesn't appear to be a good candidate. It's not ruled out yet. We'll explore that further, but it's not a good candidate because it has very limited southern exposure. The way the building is designed, it's multi-level roofing, and it's got a big penthouse. It's got a shadow. And as you know, here on the Capitol Mall area, there's a lot of very old and established trees that are shadowing over it too. So we'll still explore that. Not off the table, but we may not do it. Talk a little bit about the South Slough. So South Slough is a research and education property. It supports the scientific and education estuaries and contributes to the estuarine management in that area of the state. It's got if you ever get a chance, if you haven't been there, I highly encourage you to go down there. It's a little bit of a drive, but it's worth the drive. It's got a beautiful center that has been built that is, it serves the population down there, or the state of Oregon, for education. It's almost like a little museum piece. It's quite nice. These are just the pictures of it. This year, or this biennium's investments include a parking lot and an entrance that were redone. The parking lot for that center was extremely small, had only, it didn't meet the needs for the ADA. And the exit goes on to Seven Devils Road. And that area has grown in population and interest, and it actually became unsafe to actually try to get out on that road. So over this biennium, that project is wrapping up, and we're really excited about that. We've increased the parking by about 61%, which is great, and improved safety. Who knows yet, but the time will tell on that. Another upgrade that we completed was at the visitor center. We improved LED lighting upgrade. We had finished that project, and that also helps us to meet our EUA. We also, because of its fairly remote location, the connectivity there was it was hit and miss. It was, it was, if you were lucky that day you had it, but most days not. And with the storms and the weathers and so forth, and everything was tried. So what we eventually came around to was with mostly federal funding, there was a major project that they did along with the parking lot. So with all of that, since they were going to have to trench anyway, they did do internet cabling. So now that project is completed and connectivity actually works there, which is good. And it's helpful for the educational process and for the community function as well. Future investments, although we're not asking at this point, just to kind of advise the board, and when we get ready, we'll come back and let you know about that. But this has a metal roof on the visitor center, which is the largest of the buildings on this property. And there has been ongoing issues with leaking, and we don't have the funding in place for this, and it won't come out of general fund. So we aren't quite ready to go there with that yet. But in the meantime, to protect the building and the assets on the inside, repairs have been done. We just don't know that is the best course for moving forward. So at some point it will have to be replaced. Not likely in this next biennium, but we'll let you know where we go with it. We're also working with DHS and OEM to place, it'll look just like this container here in the bottom. These are emergency containers. They're a Connex box of 20 feet long. They're self-contained, and they'll store things like emergency food and water and medical supplies and so forth. And DHS places those in areas around the state to address community needs in the event of some sort of disaster. So we'll be placing one at the South Slough facility, but that's not far along in the planning, but we are putting one right now. We'll have it in by the end of August at the Shark Creek property. That's kind of an exciting thing. Let's talk about, again, our only ask this time around is for the roof on the Salem building, but we wanted to give you a heads up about a big project that we're already started on, the redevelopment planning. We're miles away from where we would start construction or any of that, and Katie will be working on funding options, but wanted to introduce you to this property. It was initially developed in the 1950s with the U.S. Air Force, and the property was used during the Cold War period. In 1990, the U.S. Air Force conveyed the property to the Department of Corrections, who used it for about 30 years as a correctional facility. And then in 2023, Department of Corrections transferred the property back to the military, or to the federal GSA, who then conveyed it to Department of State lands at no cost. So the property we own, it has contingencies, of course, there are conditions of ownership, but we do have title of the property. And so this property was set to, let me just get to the next one. This property it spans about 50 acres. It's beautiful. It has views of the ocean. It's about 15 miles north of Coos Bay. There's 42 structures and about 79,000 square feet of buildings if you add them all together. We received a grant fund from HUD in 2024, and that is what we're using to maintain and operate the building at this point. And it also is what we're using for initial redevelopment planning. We haven't hired the next stage. We'll talk about that a little bit too, but we have completed our initial redevelopment planning. So the redevelopment study and assessment we involved the community at large. We involved higher education. We involved and invited to the table of the tribes and other agencies as well, local government included in that. And they were actively engaged in the contribution of just exploring the possibilities of this property. Did we need to keep it as a state? Is it going to bring value to the state? And what we heard from all of the parties as we developed this, and this was about a year and a half in the process, was that there is the message from the community and those folks I've listed is that there is excitement, there's an interest, and there's a need. There's definitely a need. And the little picture down in the corner here is just, it's a conceptual drawing of what the property could look like. And some of the buildings, will come back with more information as we advance this further into the future. But basically, this will support the research forest operations. It'll provide conservation and education research opportunities for universities and colleges, both local and around the United States as well. It'll create resiliency support for the community and the state, tribal cultural space, and we'll even include nature trails for that conservation part of it as well. We're excited about that. Okay. And so just a reminder that our ask today is really about our roof at headquarters, and that's expected to be about $2 million, not including if we add solar. We'll have to explore that a little bit more. South Slough, we're not asking for a budget on that just now, but we will be coming back to you. And of course, just a heads up on the Shelter Creek property. And that concludes our presentation today. I would also like to invite you all, and I did talk to Daniel about it maybe it was earlier this year, and I know it was a little bit too much of a time constraint for you guys. We would love for the board to be able to come down and tour the property and get a feel for it at some point in the future. There's no rush. Anytime, just let Daniel know and we can make that happen.
This is the local one, the local building.
We can do the state building, but we're talking more about the one down in North Bend. Yeah, and at the same time, you can pop over to the South Slough and bring your hiking boots so you can take a hike. And if you paddleboard, you can do that too. But and just kind of explore some of the assets that the state does own and operate and under the Department of State Lands.
If we happen to head down there, could we call and see if there's someone? You said there are 2 people resident there that could show around.
Absolutely. And you know, we can either do it formally through Daniel, or if you all just happen to find yourself down in the Coos Bay area, just reach out to me and let me know, and we'll make it happen. We'll get you a private tour of both of them. It's you know, we're doing a great job of just maintaining that property now and keeping the lights on and keeping things kind of status quo. We're trying not to expend a lot of money to improve on anything because we don't know at this point for sure which buildings will be demolished and which ones we'll go forward with. But we are maintaining it.
Is the photo on page 30 a prior photo up the right corner on page 30?
Are you talking about this one?
27.
This one here?
No.
This one, yes. That's what it looks like right now. And it's a unique property. Again, it started life as an Air Force base and then it became a correction. So most of the buildings are from the 1950s and all that means. And then in the 90s and right around the 90s, corrections added a few more buildings. And this property is self-sufficient in that it's got its own water system. That's the water towers, but it's got some unique challenges to that. There's another property that's not shown here that is called the Lower Pump House, about 3 miles down the hill, and the water is pumped literally up to those holding tanks. So it's got large propane tanks and very large generators that are sufficient. And we had this tested just recently that they actually supply energy for the entire property. So it's a good resilient property. It's located up on a hill out of the tsunami. When you might remember last year, there was a tsunami warning on the southern coast, and some of the local residents there actually drove up the hill to that property. So that just reinforced that is a really good community hub for that kind of thing. We're looking forward to developing this and seeing where it goes.
And for our liquefaction enthusiasts on solid bedrock. So
There you go.
I just,
That's what you can.
that, yes, that was actually one of the most exciting things about that property for me, for like during our emergency management conversations, was not only does it have the height, it also has the bedrock that will help in different emergency situations. So, yeah.
So that is, so are there any other questions that we can answer?
I have one. During the discussion, you talked about the roof failing, but you didn't really give an example of what that really meant.
So we have, and you, I apologize for not going more in depth than that. So
No need to apologize.
the roof has, it has been a couple of biennium now that we've been working on it and just, tending to the repairs, but there's water penetration coming in, and in the report that OTAG provided to us, they said that the materials itself, that they have just failed. And I think there was, I probably should have given a better picture. If you look here, you can kind of get a feel for what you're looking at there. As roofs do, as roof finishes do, they've shrunk over time and they've been resealed. Everything that can be done has been done. And in addition to that, the flashing around the entire roof area, and you can see it's multiple layers. It's a fairly complex design and how it's done. Everything is leaking and water has come in the building in more than one location. And so we kind of stick our finger in a dike each time that happens, but we're at the point now where it's best to just get it replaced to protect the asset.
Thank you.
Ken, do you have a question?
Yeah, yes, I do. I have, this question is not related to liquefaction, it's related to something else. Sharon and Katie, great presentation. Thank you. So this is related to the state lands building here. You mentioned about planning also potentially do seismic upgrade of this building. Did I hear that correctly?
No, sir. We're looking at doing a seismic assessment. We don't know if we need an upgrade at this point.
Okay.
So we'll start with, when Katie gets the budget approved for that, we will hire a company to do a seismic assessment just to give us a baseline of where we're at. At this point, we don't know.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I ask this question is sometimes, there is opportunity to integrate roofing replacement and a seismic. Oftentimes when you do seismic retrofit, there's going to be work also going to happen on the roof level too. So if you sequence wise, you gotta take care of roofing because it's leaking. You gotta deal with that. But if there's an opportunity, sort of synergy level of opportunity, you can take advantage of both of them. So if you do the study of seismic study, there are certain retrofit measures that need to take place on the roof level. Might be a good time to do this all together at the same time, because oftentimes they're going to open up the roofing, do a bunch of connections, tie things together better. So I just ask that question, just see if there's any sort of synergy opportunity available to tackle both at the same time.
Thank you for bringing that forward. And because these two will, both the assessment and the funding, we haven't, of course, moved forward on the roofing yet because we're still seeking funding, but they'll align perfectly together. And so we will definitely take that advice, and we'll make sure that those are considered at the same time.
So that would probably raise your request from 2 million. If 2 million is the roofing only.
It's just the roofing only.
Yeah.
It doesn't include solar either, because OTAC, when they did the assessment, we didn't hire them to do the solar assessment. So their initial was a no on that. And so we'll have to hire another company to come out and do further exploration on that, as well as the seismic. So those two things will come into play. And if either one of those are needed or can be done at the same time as the roof, then we'll definitely want to explore that as well.
Any more questions, Dave?
Wait, so I'm sorry. So the seismic assessment and the solar assessment haven't been done.
They have not.
Okay, so they're not included in the 2 million
They are
cost estimate. But they could materially affect that cost estimate and the way that the project is performed.
They could. At this point, we're not anticipating solar because of the initial assessment of that, but if that changes, then we certainly will. But And I understand, we don't want to get cart before the horse here, but, so that's why we're asking for the seismic as well, for those assessments so that we can get that in. So if we're going to do anything with that, we can align it with the roof.
What happens if the cost estimate comes back and it says we need a whole lot
Good question. I'm gonna give it to Peggy. I just want the easy one.
Hear the question, could you restate?
more? Oh, I said, what happens if the seismic assessment comes back and they say, yeah, you can do a ton of solar, but you need anchors, and the cost estimate is only a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and we've been trying to be thoughtful about that. So any conversations we're having in our budget development process with the chief financial officer, the legislative fiscal office, we've been clear that this is our initial assessment based on what the information we have at the time. We do have some opportunities, over the next few months to provide more data around that, but the reality is if it gets too expensive, it may be something that we have to wait an additional biennium to do, which, would be a disappointment in the moment, but it also gives us a chance to tie it into that 10-year capital plan. We were just doing this kind of out of urgency, and this was an identified project that needed to start being planned on now, but there's a plan B. So we've been very, very transparent about this is the information we have. We've been transparent about solar not being considered or any other assessments that need to happen along the way. We'll inform as we move along the budget development process. And if we're told that if that kind of exceeds the tolerance level for the price increase, we can revisit in our 29, 31. So I had to think about which biennium we're talking about. We're always in like 4 different bienniums at a time. But that could be something that we just tackle as part of our 10-year plan. And we'll just revisit next biennium.
Hey, Daniel, can I ask a procedural question? So if money is appropriated for capital projects in this biennium, and they do additional assessments and find out, oh, we don't have actually enough to do all the things we want, is carry forward allowed? Do they carry that forward then? Or does it have to get reappropriated?
Get additional funding.
Base?
It has to go to the e-board to get further funding. If you establish a appropriation, and then allows you to go to e-board. If
Go
they
to
don't
what?
request funding and you don't
They
have.
have a
release
board.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's like
there's a supplemental process.
it's like a little session in between sessions. So in case something comes up for that purpose,
Supplemental.
agencies can go to the legislature and have a little mini session.
Okay.
And for us, the funding type is a little different. So this isn't going to be, capital funding through bonding. This isn't going to be general fund. This is us requesting limitation to use our other funds to be able to pay for it. So money we've generated and received will pay for this project. So it's just a little bit different depending on the funding source. So I just wanted to clarify that for us, we're not currently asking for any bond money or general fund. This is all other funds.
It's almost like cost neutral for the bond side, but for you, just having the budget authority to spend in this way. That's
Exactly.
what you're saying.
Permission to spend what we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
Mhm.
But if you
That's
find-
actually really helpful.
Yeah.
To understand that. Okay.
Yeah, it didn't come through, that this authority to spend your own money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if these 3 things, which are all integrally tied, solar, roofing, and structure, exceed your funds, would you come to this board for geo funds?
I think for these smaller projects, I don't think we would be positioned to have to do that. For the redevelopment project in the future, that will probably be the first bigger project for this agency that we may consider coming and doing a bonded project versus. But the agency does have the ability to fund the smaller projects.
But so seismic and the roof could take you to 5 million.
Yes. Our funding structure is a little bit complex because we have the common school fund that we have as another fund source that helps us maintain the lands and buildings within the state lands. So we could tap into that. So it would still be considered other funds. But the conversations are different around that, right? So that may be a place, and that actually is something we would probably talk with the chief financial office about too, is like, would you rather us request it as a bonded project to conserve some of that common school fund balance, or would you rather it come from our authority to ask for the legislature to statutorily authorize us to use common school funds? So that's one thing I'll clarify too. Our agency doesn't dictate what use of the common school fund. We'd have to get the legislature to direct us to use it for that project. But we could use it, but the ask would be different, right?
I'm sorry that I'm so new here. I don't understand all the intricacies, but what I see is the emergency order or the order by the governor for seismic upgrade puts a layer on you that if you don't get an answer at this board, you could end up 4 years from now having to do it rather than right now, just because you're intertied with your own spending first. So it seems like
Duly noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is helpful for agencies to have a positive recommendation from the Capital Projects Advisory Board when we go into the process of asking for either the authority to spend our common school fund dollars from the legislature, or when we're discussing with the chief financial office, the ability to ask for bonding for the project. So your recommendation and approval helps the agency with the asking process, but I want you to feel better that you're not carrying the burden of like the buck stop, like something here would prevent us from doing that. There are conversations, all of the work you're doing actually helps us in those big conversations on decision making.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One last question. Are there any other projects you would do at the same time just to achieve cost effectiveness, like HVAC upgrades, et cetera? Just thinking about how to get the best bang for whatever taxpayer buck it is and whatever bucket it lives.
So I could speak a little bit about that for our state lands building. The HVAC is in good condition. There was just a new chiller done, and don't quote me on this, I want to say within the last 5 years, so relatively new by industry standards. The building, although the FCI doesn't look right, it's just bad data. The building is in good condition, and its infrastructure, really, its only issues right now is the leaking roof, and whether or not it's seismically updated or updates are needed, and the potential for solar. Okay, those are really the biggest issues right now. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the state lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jen.
You.
I think next up is veterans. Welcome.
Thank you. Share my screen. Let's see. Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me here. My name is Troy Croft, and I'm the Facilities and Construction Project Manager for ODBA, Department of Veterans Affairs. And this is our agency facility plan, biennium 27-29. And let's see if I can get it to advance here. Okay, so agency overview, our vision is veterans and their families thrive in Oregon, and our mission is ODVA serves and honors veterans through our leadership, advocacy, and strong partnership. My computer is not advancing it like it's supposed to. Agency programs, we have basically 5 different main agency programs. Our home loans program for veterans home loans, strategic partnerships, appeals and special advocacy, aging veteran services, and our Oregon veterans homes. And our business services division basically supports all of those programs to be able to carry out their mission. So our finance team, our home loans team, IT, HR, and then my team, facilities, services, and procurement. Our agency funding is basically all other funding, which is made up a lot of our home loans program, the proceeds from that, revenues from that, as well as some from our veterans homes. And then we do have a federal grant portion. When it comes to veterans homes, we can request 65% of a project, construction project, 65% of that being paid for by the federal government through our state home construction grant program, part of USDVA, as long as 35% of that project is paid for by the state. Our facility summary, we have 3 facilities. Our downtown office building, a veterans home in the Dalles, and a veterans home in Lebanon. So they are all 3 considered major facilities, and total current replacement value for all 3 is about 95 million. The total gross square footage, about 356,000 square feet, and we don't have any leased facilities. This is a couple of pictures of our downtown Salem office building, Salem headquarters, built in 1982, about 122,000 square feet, current replacement value of about 24 million, and it's 3 stories above grade and a parking garage, so 4 stories total. The Dalles Veterans Home, built in 1996, 98,000 square feet, current replacement value of about 25 million, and is a single story facility. And then our newest facility in Lebanon is our veterans home, built in 2014, about 135,000 square feet, current replacement value of approximately 45 million, also single story. And then our future veterans home in Roseburg, project construction, we're anticipating starting in the 27-29 biennium, pending federal funding. And that will be approximately 135,000 square feet. Estimated cost between 100 and 135 million, single story, and patterned after the Lebanon Veterans Home. So very similar layout, small home model, as a state home construction grant program calls it. So challenges in data accuracy, much like state lands, our data in Tri-Riga is not terribly accurate. And in speaking with Dan ahead of time, we decided go with the data we have for now, and we have a plan to fix it. But we, being that we own our own building, we don't use Tri-Riga for our computerized maintenance management system, CMMS. We don't have a computerized maintenance management system yet. So that's one challenge. We have a very outdated facilities condition assessment, like most state buildings. That's from 2019. But without a CMMS asset management system, we don't have a really automated way to track all of that yet. Staffing levels is another challenge, which we're working on. And then, so this is just a note that our facilities condition index data is all based on Tri-Riga data, which is not super accurate yet. So solutions in that regard, we will be implementing Tri-Riga as our computerized maintenance management system. I have on here DAS or agency because if I know DAS is working on allowing state agency-owned buildings to be able to implement Tri-Riga as their CMMS. So if DAS is able to get that implemented, great, we'll do it that way. If they aren't able to do it, then we as an agency will purchase Tri-Riga and then figure out how to get it synced with DAS Tri-Riga so that the information that we put into our work ticket system, asset management system, will sync with DAS Tri-Riga for future CPAB. And then another solution, updating our facilities condition assessment. So again, DAS or agency, because I know DAS is working on a statewide price agreement for hiring a company to be able to do facilities condition assessment updates to different state buildings. If we're able to piggyback on that, great, we'll do that. If that doesn't come soon enough, then we'll do it on our own. We'll pay for that on our own to get that facility condition assessments set up, redone for all 3 facilities, Salem, Lebanon, and the Dalles, so that we have accurate information and can project and plan based on that. And then we'll be hiring consultants to do that for us because, well, those kinds of things we need to have consultants do anyway. But also staffing level, the piece that we could do in-house but don't have the staffing to do would be implementing the Tri-Riga system into our facilities, gathering all of our asset information, putting that into Tri-Riga, all of that. So we'll hire a consultant to do that for us. And then part of our agency overview, current facility condition index is, according to Tri-Riga, 7.3. That's combining all three facilities together. No surprise that Lebanon has the best facilities condition index because it's newest. But I really believe that our facilities condition index is actually much better than it shows in Tri-Riga, because a lot of the upgrades and repairs, replacements, things like that haven't been input in there yet. So overall average rating between all three facilities is fair. For the 10-year, it's 11.2 for our FCI and considered poor for the 10-year, and based on the current data. And then our three biennium FCI trend is on the next page on our graph, which goes up through 25, 27. So as we begin inputting the data into Tri-Riga to show all of the upgrades that we've done and deferred maintenance and all of that.
So the number, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So the 2019 snapshot doesn't include such as the second floor remodel.
Exactly.
And so it's really an inaccurate picture of the current state.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Okay, Salem larger projects completed. I'll just go through a few of the projects that we've completed, ones we have in process, and then ones we have planned for the next biennium. So the second floor remodel, got a couple pictures of that for you, but the second floor has been remodeled. We're just waiting for furniture, so it's fresh and new, and that was about 95% of our second floor. So that's basically complete. The HVAC in our downtown Salem office building has been replaced. We replaced our chiller, our boilers, the pumps, all the ancillary equipment, the cooling tower. That was all replaced in the last couple of years, last 2 years. Restroom stalls was a small one, but we replaced all of the restroom stall partitions throughout the whole building. Access control system was recently replaced also in the last year. So that's all new access control system. And then this is a picture of the second floor before we were a couple of pictures. And then after the remodels in its current state, basically all new but empty until furniture shows up starting next week, actually. So we're very excited to move our staff back into the new second floor and be able to operate in that space. So
Those continuous linear diffusers in the ceiling?
they are, you're talking about the lines perpendicular to the lights?
Yeah.
That's actually a stepped ceiling. So the ceiling in the whole center of the space is at one level, yes. And then it steps up as it gets closer to the windows. It was part of the original design, which has been a challenge for us also. The ceiling has been a challenge just because all of the ceiling tiles are an odd size. So you can't just go buy ceiling tiles. It's a several month process. And anyway, there's a lot that goes into that ceiling, but yeah, those are just stepped. Yeah, okay. And then projects that are in process, a roof replacement that we will be doing this biennium. This next spring, we're working with Energy Trust on the solar piece to that to see if that's able to be incorporated into that, feasible. HVAC controls upgrade. We weren't able to include the controls to our HVAC when we did the overall HVAC upgrade process to all the equipment. So we separated those two as two separate projects. And the overall controls are pneumatic, which are very outdated. We kind of keep limping them along, but we have plans for the plans and specs are all drawn up for the controls project. We're getting ready to send that out for bid here probably in the next few weeks. So that'll get rid of all the pneumatic go to digital controls. Security camera system replacement, that is being planned, should probably happen in the next few months. We're doing a request for quote on that right now. Facility-wide, just maintenance and upkeep, that is just ongoing. We're continually replacing things like that. And then planned improvements. One of the planned improvements is the facility condition assessment update and implementing Tririga. Interior painting projects. We've got quite a few replacing paint in quite a few different areas around the building, all 3 floors. Evaluating exterior improvements, what needs to happen to the outside of the building. And then veteran-informed updates to accessibility. So because we serve veterans, we'd like to bring veterans in to give us some input on what are the challenges from an accessibility standpoint to come into our building and receive services. So we want veterans to inform us on that. So that's being planned as well. Okay. And then the Dalles larger projects that have been completed, HVAC system replacement in the Dalles. It's not quite complete, but we're probably within a month and a half or so. That one's replacing all 4 of the large air handler units, the boilers. That one we also replaced the rest of the pneumatic controls to go to digital controls. So that will have no pneumatic controls left in the building. And then other mechanical systems upgrades, some other small ancillary HVAC pieces of equipment that weren't included in the big project. Like standalone areas that needed a heat pump condenser unit. The Dalles projects in process, some parking lot improvements, anything from crack sealing and seal coating the parking lot and restriping to adding the next piece there, the fire and egress upgrades. There's a paved fire road around the building that a section of it was never paved, so it's gravel. So that's an improvement that is in process to pave that section. Bed and appliance replacements. 154 bed, Dalles is 151 bed facility. So going through and replacing beds and mattresses and things like that. And then regular and deferred maintenance throughout the building. And then planned improvements. Again, facilities condition assessment update. They have, the 2 veterans homes they're operated by an outside company, by a Veterans Care Centers of Oregon. They have their own work ticket system, computerized management system. So we don't need to implement one there. They track that and they give us reports, and we also do inspections of those homes regularly. But we do need to do an updated facilities condition assessment. And then backup generator replacement is a planned project. Exterior paint, completely repainting the outside of the whole complex. Carpet replacement. And our Alpha wing, each wing is either Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta is what we name them. So one of the wings, we're going to be improving the picnic area outside, kind of an outside patio space for veterans. And then other deferred maintenance funded projects. And then Lebanon, upgrades that have been completed in the last 2 years or so. We repainted the whole exterior of the facility, so that is new. And then several HVAC systems have been replaced. I'll speak to that in my next slide as to how that's kind of part of a larger project. So the projects in process, campus-wide HVAC system replacement, that campus is set up different than the Dalles, where the Dalles has large air handler units that serve a neighborhood, where the Lebanon complex is made up. They use the variable refrigerant valve system, where there's one outside unit that runs 7 to 10 inside heads in individual rooms. So each individual room has its own head, like a mini split system in a home. So all of those need to be replaced, long story short. So that's a planned improvement. There's 23 different systems that need to be replaced. So we have that with federal grant funding, the 65% federal grant funding will pay for 65% of that project. But until we have that under contract, which we're probably weeks from having that under contract with a contractor, any systems that go down and have to be replaced, we are replacing with our own funds. That no longer becomes part of the larger project because it's done before we have it under contract. So I think we have 6 systems that we've replaced already out of those 23, because we can't just not replace them. They have to be replaced and have to be working. So the larger project is finishing the rest of all of the equipment. Parking lot improvements, carpet replacement, and then like the Dalles, we have a picnic area that we want to upgrade and make usable and enjoyable for veterans to live there. So the Delta picnic area improvement, and then also regular maintenance throughout the facility. Planned improvements, again, the facility condition assessment update, tenant improvements project at Echo. A few years ago, we finished building a new building that we call Echo, the Echo building. Half of that building is a storage facility, and half of the building was developed as, it's an empty shell. It's completed on the outside, but an empty shell to develop a nurses training center for nurses that work at the facility. So one of our planned projects is in the next biennium to complete that as a tenant improvement so that they can train nurses on site. Various bed and appliance replacements, vehicle replacements, and equipment replacement, and then other deferred maintenance projects. And then our building energy performance standards. So we don't have any tier 2 buildings. Both veterans homes are considered multifamily and they're not greater than 35,000 square feet. But tier 1 or Salem downtown headquarters building is the tier 1 building. Our EUI target on that building is 57 and our actual site EUI is 57.6. So we're very close. And we've got some plans to continue improving that, one of which would be joining Strategic Energy Management with Energy Trust in order to gain some guidance and support and ideas on where can we improve energy use. And then continuing to request necessary staff positions to be able to have a new staff position, have part of their position description being managing and monitoring our energy use and meeting all those regulations having to do with House Bill 3409. So really tracking that. Seismic, none of our 3 buildings, I don't believe, would meet the current seismic requirements. And so our plan would be to conduct, conduct seismic evaluations to find out, do they or don't they? And if they don't, what do we do? So that'll be something that we move forward with here pretty soon, hiring a consultant to do that. And then major project agency requests. So our estimated scheduled maintenance is about 2 million. The Salem deferred maintenance funding, and these requests are really out of our other funds again. So they're not necessarily requests for like one major capital improvement process or project other than our Roseburg Veterans Home. So the about 500,000 is deferred maintenance for Salem, about 2.9 million deferred maintenance for the Dalles, and Lebanon deferred maintenance is about 2.4 million. The Roseburg Veterans Home project that we plan to move forward, that we're planning right now, is 38.5 million. We've increased it from 35 million, which is the state 35% state matching fund was 35 million, and the federal funds would kick in 65 million. They're 65%. We've increased that because we're estimating it to be 100 to 135 million. We can only increase it by 10% with the federal government. So we've increased it to 110 million, which is our max that we can increase it with the feds, so at 110 million, the 35% from the state would be 38.5. So that makes sense. And that's in our agency request budget. And then let's see, plan summary, deferred maintenance, life safety priority 1 comes to about 5.8 million. 2 million in capital renewal. We don't have any seismic or risk in this particular request. And then modernization or new construction, 38.5 million is the Roseburg Veterans Health Shore.
And that's the request.
That's the request. We currently are approved for state funds for the 35 million. So we're going to be requesting, basically replacing that 35 million with 38.5 million. So increasing it by 3.5 million. And we have to show as a state that we, as an agency, we have to show to the federal government that we have the 38.5 million, and then they will kick in the 65 million. So, sorry, 65%, which is 71.5 million, I believe. Okay, let's see, deferred maintenance capital renewal, you can see that. And then 5.8 million in, again, priority 133, deferred maintenance capital renewal. New construction, again, is a 38.5 million for Roseburg. So then our planning factors, a couple of slides, challenges and solutions. Again, I kind of touched on these, but the outdated FCAs are a challenge. No current computerized maintenance management system. Not synced with Tri-Riga. Staffing levels are a little bit of a challenge. And then federal grant funding for Roseburg. We can only get to a certain point on the Roseburg project as far as planning, be basically construction ready, but we can't start building until we have federal funding approval. So that's a challenge that we do everything that we can on our part to make sure that we're ready to go as soon as we get federal funding, and then we can break ground. So, so that's a challenge that we're dealing with. And then our solutions, we'll contract with an outside consultant to get our facilities condition assessments updated, purchase and implement Tri-Riga, and then sync it with DAS, and then continue requesting for necessary staff positions. And if we don't get the staff position, we hire a consultant to help make up that workload. Outsource tasks as needed, hire a consultant. And then Roseburg, continue to move forward with everything that we can to become construction ready, have plans and specs ready to go. As soon as we get federal funding, we're ready to go. And that is the presentation. So, what questions do you have?
Very clear and concise.
Oh, thank you.
Shout out for being well organized and clear presentation.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Questions from the board?
I think Kent has his hand up first.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I have a quick question related to your Roseburg construction.
Yeah.
In terms of, in the light of Executive Order 2522, because this is a new construction, the state is going to invest almost $40 million in that project. And so in the Executive Order 2522, it talks about new construction and existing construction. So I want to speak to what's your plan? How in the light of Executive Order 2522 for the Roseburg construction?
Yeah, I think that will definitely need to be part of that conversation, part of the design with the architect. We've hired OTAC as our project manager. They were our owner's rep before for the whole planning period. They are our project manager. Yeah, OTAC is pretty busy, sounds like, on the state. But we've been working with Joshua Dodson from OTAC for quite a few years on the project. So that will definitely be something we need to make sure we're planning for in that build.
Thank you.
That answer your question? Yeah, okay.
It's not related to the facility directly, but the home in Roseburg is because there's nothing in that part of the state. Is that why we chose Roseburg? And you need more space. Obviously, there's more need.
Yeah.
In Roseburg, I'm sure there was opportunity and all of that, but that was chosen to cover another part of the state, I assume.
Yeah, that's my understanding. There was actually a study done before I was at ODVA. I've been there about a little over 4 years. There was a study done quite a few years ago about what parts of the state do we need more veterans homes in, population of veterans, and so that was definitely a major factor in that decision. Yeah.
I just have, the Roseburg is the only project in scope that you're asking for, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, it sounds like a future thing that may come along, the Lebanon, facility needing a seismic upgrade. I'm kind of surprised to hear that it was built in 2014. You have a sense of like the delta or what's coming in the future?
Yeah, I don't yet. In talking to our architects that we've used on several different projects, and they're the ones who actually designed the Roseburg Veterans Home. Their comment was, it's very close, but there's, because of the new executive order, and newer codes now, it sounds like there may be pieces that may not quite meet that. So it doesn't, my impression is it's not a major upgrade, but I don't know yet until we really do a study of it.
I also was just curious, it showed that that facility already has 2.4 million in deferred maintenance. It seems like a lot, after just a couple years.
Yeah. Well, sorry, didn't interrupt.
Oh, no, I'm just curious. Like
Yeah,
broadly speaking, is there, once something is built, is there good major maintenance funding and preventive maintenance funding directed towards these facilities? It's the shape to build something and then just have it immediately fall apart.
Sure. And really, it's in really nice shape. I mean, it's been maintained well. When you enter the facility, it looks very, very nice. It's very well kept. The ask is really based on 2% of our current replacement value.
Okay.
Which
So
is
they hit the target.
Yeah, that's our target for maintenance funding to have. And that's just based on the CFO's, the state CFO's budget instructions is to request 2% of the current replacement value. Sorry?
It's a standard formula.
Yes.
That's actually really helpful. Thank you.
I noticed that the Lebanon facility is 135,000 square feet, so is Roseburg. Is there a formula that forces that number?
It's basically just predicated on what's the Lebanon facility and how is it working. We've done some lessons learned discussions with Lebanon to find out what do we do in Roseburg to make it as good or better than even Lebanon. The Roseburg facility doesn't necessarily have the Echo building that we have in Lebanon. So the facility itself is like the Roseburg facility itself would be without the Echo building. It'd have some kind of built-in storage into the facility. But if you take the 126,000, I think, square feet in Lebanon without the Echo building, take that, add some code upgrades or code changes that have happened, it increases the building to about 135,000 square feet. So that makes sense.
So it isn't really driven by demand in that area that makes a comparable number.
No, it's more predicated on, we've been, I guess, instructed to, or the guidance has been to base it on the Lebanon building because it's been so successful, so well received. Take that building, let's build the next one very similar. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's the same number of beds, 154 beds in Lebanon, 154 beds in Roseburg. So very similar.
More questions for Troy? Thank you for your presentation.
I have one more question. Sorry. I put my hands up, but you didn't see it. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back to the liquefaction question again. For your Roseburg site, can you confirm the site, we don't have liquefaction issues, landslide issues?
I can confirm that we're working on wetland mitigation for that site.
Oh, that's not good. Wetland
yeah,
means that you have, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that's definitely well into the process. We're working with a consultant, PBS Engineering or PBS Environmental. They're working on the wetlands mitigation process, and we're working with the Department of State Lands and Army Corps of Engineers and all of those on that. There's a very small portion in the center of the land that will be donated. The land is being donated to ODVA by the USDVA, about 14 acres. There's a small section in the center of it that has been determined to be a wetland of some level. And so we've been working through that process with our consultant to figure out how do we deal with that so that we can get that mitigated and build the home there.
Can you provide us with the location, the address of your new Roseburg site?
Yes, it's actually on the Roseburg VA Medical Center campus.
Okay.
I don't have the address off the top of my head, but it's right off of I-5, just west of I-5. I can't remember the name of the street right now, but it's on the Roseburg VA Medical Center campus.
Okay.
There's a 14-acre section, or 13.6, something like that, acre section on the east side of the campus right before you hit I-5. And that section has been deemed what the USDBA would give to ODBA to build our veterans home on.
The photo shows it right next to I-5.
Yes, yep. And so we're working through mitigating sound and all of that from I-5, making sure that for veterans living in that home, it feels like you're living in a home.
You look at the Doe County map with that address.
What's that? Sorry?
So this is in which directional quadrant of the site? Looks like it's up to the edge of the site.
Yes, the I-5 runs along the east side of the site itself.
What's the southeast corner?
It would be the northeast, well, it'd be the east side of the VA Medical Center campus, and I-5 would be just to the east of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know you mentioned about there is some wetland on the site. So are any of our new buildings being built on top of liquefiable soil? Can you confirm that?
I can't confirm that. Yeah, I could find out. But yeah, that's all being investigated to make sure that it's a viable site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, I just have
a
different question.
Okay.
You mentioned this is being built on a model that's already working,
Mhm.
but there's also a need as well in Roseburg, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, that was part of that study that was done years ago. So,
Thank you, Troy. We'll move on to our next,
all right. Thank you very much.
Let's try.
which we have Mario Graham Toot. That's correct?
Graham Tut.
Yes, thank you.
And loading my PowerPoint now. Can everybody see that?
Sir.
All right. Well, I'm Mario Graham Tut. I am with Public Employee Retirement System, or best known as PERS. Let's jump into it. So the mission of our agency at PERS is to serve the people of the Oregon and administrate public employee benefits trust to pay the right person the right benefits at the right time. We don't have a lot of facilities, very medium-sized agency. We have 2 facilities total. One is owned, that's our Tigard headquarters. The other one is leased, and that's at the State Lands building in Salem because we want to maintain a footprint in Salem for all of the legislative things we do down there. Our total gross square footage is 60,000 roughly, and then our current replacement values, as you can tell, not too high, not too crazy. All right, so facility summary. So our main facility and our CRV and our square footage is up there. Our lease space facility at State Lands is about 5,000 square feet, and that's our only major lease. We've collapsed and got rid of a couple other leases that we had in Tualatin and another area in the years prior to. Our facility condition, so we consistently have been maintaining our facility condition index at about 0.3. Our portfolio remains pretty stable. Headquarters building continues to meet operational needs, and we focus on preventive maintenance and responsible stewardship of our facilities. Several deferred maintenance projects have been completed in the recent years that we've had on our docket for prior to my tenure. So we completed all of those to include our roof, some other larger maintenance items, and then the only thing we had from our last biennium review for capital improvements that we wanted to do was the media room, which we completed about a month or two ago. Our gender neutral bathroom got completed as well in that last biennium. And so planning factor, so we have a long range facility plan that we're in the final phases of awarding to a consultant to do an assessment. And so we're establishing this long range facility plan to guide future facility investments and capital planning decisions. Identifying pathways to compliance with HB 309, the energy sustainability requirements, and evaluating opportunities to align facility utilization with DAS's right sizing policy. Also assessing facility needs and future investments supporting Executive Order 2225, the seismic resilience objectives. Improving operational efficiency and infrastructure resilience, sustainability, and long-term stewardship of our PERS headquarters is the goal. As for energy, so we are proactive in everything we are doing here at PERS. So we started out with a baseline of 66, and our Energy Star score is now up to 77. And that's due to the ongoing operational improvements and facility investments that we're doing just to continue the process of how we maintain our building. Long range facility plan will evaluate pathways toward the HB 3409 and do sustainability compliance. And future planning will focus on energy efficiency, sustainability, responsibility, and stewardship of the facility assets. Major projects, we have no major projects planned for 27-29. We have the facility assessment that we are in the midst of executing so that we can find out exactly what we need to do for deferred maintenance, for space utilization and right sizing, and for building resilience and sustainability, along with any other future capital improvements roadmaps that we might need past that. So that this plan is the plan to rule them all for the most part. So that's what we are focusing on currently. So we don't have anything major planned since we've completed everything that we've had for the past 6 to 8 years. In the last 2 years, we completed all of those deferred maintenance projects. Questions?
First, I'd like to give you a shout out for your Energy Star, Mario. That's really great that you're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Thank you.
And questions from the board, if you have any. Very thorough.
No ask for funds for this year.
Say again?
I interpreted what you've written and submitted that you may need money for a long-range facility plan, but is that correct?
No, we do not. So that's gonna wind up falling into our already established budget that we have, since we don't usually request anything for general fund because our funding comes from outside. And so we're not going to need anything for the facility assessment at the moment. And then if it winds up going over what we have budgeted for, then we'll potentially go to e-board for anything that goes past the budget that we've already been approved for and spending just out of our facility budget that we already have.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's kind of a dream to have a building that's
So well.
So well.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
You mentioned about you want to build seismic resiliency. So can you speak to the PERS headquarters building, the history, and when was that built, and the standards at the time was designed?
So that building we attained in roughly 1984. I think it was completed building 1986, 1985-ish. And so those, whatever the codes were at that point, were where what they were established to. So this assessment that we're doing is going to look into how resilient that is and how that will stand up to any seismic activity in the area, because we're in like a valley in Tigard. And so that assessment will get us all the data we need to see if we need to do anything else. So that'll be part of that all of that's part of the plan because we have everything from the seismic activity, all the House bills, all the Senate bills, that we have to take care of. We're looking into solar as well on top of that, and then any generator upgrades, everything else like that. So this plan literally is going to cover any deferred maintenance and improvements that fall into line with all of those things for the next 20 years is the goal of this plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mario. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome. I don't know how to cancel this Teams sharing thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. It was a new feature that I tried, so just figured it out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
Okay. All the presentations that we have. Are
I
those-
have a quick question,
Yeah.
sorry, just for clarification, when people talk about the DAS right sizing, that's about people in offices, right? You're not doing other kinds of right sizing. People have, right, they talk about the right sizing policy that you guys are, it's about office space.
I think it's specific to office
Space, it doesn't refer to like right sizing your warehouse space or, you know.
warehouse services, public serving areas, laboratories, they're not.
No, yeah, it's more about people, you sit in the, things.
Is that, actually, I had a question about that too. I was surprised State Lands owns their own building, it sounds like. And so does that DAS order apply to anything in Salem, or is it just,
The right sizing policy,
yeah,
so the direction of the governor is all office space,
all office space?
everybody.
Okay,
Our policy is for specific DAS facilities.
okay,
And then agencies typically adhere to our policies, but they're not obligated to.
so we're not at risk of having a project come forward and they're wanting to do X million to upgrade their half occupied downtown facility. The master policy is encouraging co-location of functions so that if you could surplus an office building here or there,
Yeah, so all agencies are, the expectation are reducing by 30%.
okay, and consolidating.
Yes.
Okay.
And like PERS, for instance, they own the PERS building. We're working with PERS to understand their utilization, and we looked at what leases within their building.
Okay, now we transition to the plan acceptance phase.
Public comment first, right?
Sure.
Any public comment?
Joe, are you ready to go?
Yep, ready to go.
You want to put it on, share the screen? We'll do it that way.
Okay, let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay, so Joe's got to lead us through this. Just gonna give some. So Department of Agriculture, what do we think?
Yeah. I was saying that they have a plan, they have no ask, so.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So somebody want to have a motion to accept the plan?
Motion to accept the plan.
Right. A second. Second. So Bruce, you want to call a vote?
Let's have a vote on accepting the plan of the Department of Agriculture. So all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Before we jump too far, who was the maker of the motion and who was the second? I missed it. You went too fast for me.
Bill was the maker. Dave, second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Dave.
Dave, thank you.
For your notes, Amy, everybody voted aye.
Yeah, I caught that part. I just missed who said what.
Right.
Thank
Are we
you.
going to add the comments later?
We can add the comments now. Do you have a comment for, we should have had the comments before we voted, but I don't know if we had any
Yeah,
comments.
I think we should give them a shout out for their EUI and for their business orientation.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys going through this exercise. So this is a way for us to capture your thoughts so that when we write the executive summary and bring it back to you all to say, is this okay for us to put it forward? We're going to use this to help write that memo.
It's a little bit of a data management tool for us, so it's helpful. Okay.
Any other comments?
Yeah, maybe for the future, they might give some thought about Hawthorne. Could it be moved? They don't have to do anything. It's just kind of like, I think where Bill was going was like, let's think out further. So I think we're encouraging everyone to
keep this in the long range.
Yeah, keep doing that long-term thinking because that's added value.
Right. So we're done with ag.
Okay.
Aviation. Your thoughts on aviation?
I think they need to come back.
Come back to the board.
Yeah, no, it is. I don't think they presented a plan.
Okay. What would you like to see in the plan for them to present?
My take was that we had a building that was deteriorating and I have no plan for it. And I think they're putting their operations at risk.
Yeah. I think he feels stymied because he doesn't have any way of service debt. But there must be other ways to handle the subject. I mean, for such a critical operation, it's incredible to just let it fall down.
Well, I think the issue, and I don't want to speak for the agency, but I think the issue is that their fund source and their access to capital is kind of constrained. And
so should they be leveraging us to actually be an advocate for them?
well, no, it's, I mean, you as a board, you can give whatever comments you want that would support the project, and we can get that to put that in the plan acceptance. But I think we need to be very deliberate about what it is that we're finding an issue with.
And maybe I'm just dealing with history, but it seems to me like we've had the same presentation.
That's what I was exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
And we haven't,
Yeah, nothing.
Well, I think we could articulate that in a comment by saying, show us how you could collaborate or how you have collaborated, especially with OEM. If they could, if it turns out they have to shutter the whole place, they could partner with OEM to use space they already have that's ready, willing, and able to go. To go now. So it's that partnership that really interests us. And just that they could articulate that. If they can't pay the debt service, don't worry about a bond. Look for another path. We want them to think in terms of how can they be more agile and interoperable so they could, if the whole place shuts down, no problem. It's that readiness. We're looking for a higher level of readiness, and just presenting the problem is just not enough. Is that our job?
No,
Is that our job?
Yeah, I don't
as a
justify
board?
it. Yeah.
I think that we're starting to tell them how they need to operate. That's where I get uncomfortable for us as a board. We're supposed to be capital planning. If he doesn't want to bring a capital plan or can't afford it, then I think that somewhere administratively, that's a different party's problem. They need to be able to say to aviation, you should work with Office of Emergency Management and see if you can find space with them or something. That's not for us to be saying to do with your facility. I think we are treading in a space that we should not be treading.
Yeah, I have maybe a little different take, which is I'm not trying to tell them how they're doing their business, but if they're asked, if we are here to give advice on capital, that is a capital asset, and it's our advice to say, let it go, or is our advice to say, how are you trying to manage that for the citizens of Oregon? And what I'm hearing is there's no plan. So I'm not telling them how. I just want to hear a plan. And I don't want to support a plan that has no plan.
to build on the capital piece or to connect it back to capital, I would be hard pressed to make any recommendation in favor of that request or whatever comes forward if just the basic due diligence of capital work hasn't been done. So where's the program? How much of that program could be potentially serviced elsewhere? Avoiding a capital expenditure. I have a little bit of knowledge about airports. I actually thought FAA money could be used for more than just runways. So I'm a little bit curious about that. And it just doesn't feel to me like I know what they even do there, why they have to do it there in a new facility and not elsewhere, or even a revenue model. If you're at an airport, there's a lot of opportunity for revenue, or there are other ways that you could offset some of your debt service if you are capitally constrained. So I would just say that very pre-work that I would want to see in a capital proposal doesn't seem to be there. And I would like to see that due diligence next time. So not that I know how they run, I don't even know what their business is fully, but rather that as a first stage of capital work, that should be done before somebody is thinking they need $20 million. So that's what I would say I'm looking for within that, and that would be my feedback for next time.
Yeah, my feedback would be, you need to actually bring us
A proposal.
yes, but not where or how, or that's not our business to tell them how to do it.
I think we're aligned on that.
But his opportunity would be to like withdraw it.
But I also don't, I mean,
We can't demand it.
so we either,
I don't know.
we either
Yeah.
approve a plan or we deny a plan. But that's our option. And all I'm saying is I don't think I heard a plan. I don't even know what I'm approving.
Yeah, because he said it's gonna be this much or that much, but he's also not asking for any money. So he didn't bring a plan.
Right,
That-
right.
But other people did bring forward plans that said, we have a plan to plan, which I actually
Right.
appreciate. They're not
Right.
asking for money from us, but they're saying, I don't have the information yet, but I'm doing the organizational work to get there.
So and I agree with you, just because we use this airport, I have a one, and he should be thinking outside the box, and it's not mine to give him these ideas, but he could be doing public-private partnerships with
Exactly.
NPOs,
Like a port.
all sorts of things, yeah.
Yeah.
So on a more administrative side, Daniel, so the plan, did they show us their FCI, the value of the deferred maintenance? All I heard was that our building is bad, but did they actually supply all of the data?
They did show FCIs, which is in the 60s.
Because there's two things here. One is, that's the obligation of the statute, is that this is our data. His actual demonstration of the data wasn't great. So that's where I would say, did they provide what they need for the plan? Because that approves the plan. But then the comment is that a recommendation could be that you need to work with your state agency partners to develop a plan, blah, blah, blah. But that's where it gets kind of gray for me, is we can't just go in on the individual that talked about it, because this is the second director I've heard the story from, but did they fulfill the obligation of the plan?
So they completed the assignment. It's not perfect. Obviously, they have some data issues and some gaps. We've never not accepted a plan. You can make the comments as terse and as directive as you want. But are we asking them to come back and have more information?
Well, I need your plan. So, and it seems that I've been here now a few years, it seems like every agency that's come in here and saying, hey, look, here's my numbers, here's our vision, here's where we're going, here's how I'm trying to manage this asset for the state of Oregon. And then they have a vision of that. I did not hear that.
So,
And I'm
I want to add something to it. So, I'm looking at their presentation. They talk about total facility that current meet life safety performance is 0. And, I think, my takeaway was that, their assessment of the life safety performance for this building, preliminary, seems like it doesn't look very promising. So the question here is this: the state has this executive order by 2060, they have to comply, and they own those facilities. We don't have to tell them how to conduct their own businesses, but we can ask for how they go. Should we ask them that, hey, how are you going to comply the executive order by 2060? Is that a fair question to ask? Although he he did not ask for anything, right? So is this within our bound to raise this question?
And even if it isn't, is it appropriate for us to turn down a plan as a shot across the bow of, even if that's litigated in some way, these are what our expectations are, is that you're making plans to handle major risks and you're doing so in a prudent and cost-effective way for taxpayers. I would say if he doesn't even have a plan to plan, then he really has not met the requirement to do the seismic assessment. So even though it's hyper technical, you don't have to do that till 2060. You did 99% of the assignment, but 1% was missing. And since we have concerns about the rest of it, I would be very comfortable turning this down.
Well, I was assigned the category risk mitigation. So in listening to his proposal, I'm thinking, what are you gonna do? There's no plan. You gotta have a plan to move somewhere at least, if it's not interfering with his business, but he's not thinking about the safety of the business. I'm not blaming him,
Yeah,
but it needs to be answered.
and Daniel, I think, your question is like, hey, did they check these boxes? And if it's just a pro forma checking boxes, then I don't know what my role is. And I think the spirit of our role is actually to help them, and give advice and help the assets actually be something worth it for this state. And so, yeah, I'm still hesitant. If you even convinced me that he checked all the boxes, I'm still hesitant to even say, like, I guess by definition, you would say, okay, yeah, submit a plan, but I still don't think it's doing any benefit for this state.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to bring the influence of this group in. So that's what the comments are about, and that's what the executive memo is going to be. Whether it's approved or not, I don't have an opinion on that right now. But what I would like to do is all these notes, this discussion gives me an opportunity to write a paragraph essentially to the director of DAS to say, this is where the Department of Aviation is, this is where they're at in their capital plan. And what it will do is it will have essentially, we will engage with them to help them create a plan.
And we have a cycle, so I don't know if it's, I threw it out there, but I don't think we caught it, which is have them come back. If this body votes no, or says, hey, look, we didn't vote, maybe that's an option too. But we want you to come back.
Okay.
And so we can actually.
So to combine those two thoughts, our comments are request the services of DAS to help you complete a plan.
Can you remind me, are they allowed, or did we say they're allowed to request planning money here, or is it just capital projects? I would like to see it. It's just capital.
Yeah.
There's no.
Planning money can't be bonded really. So.
You're going to hear several requests. So as we get into the bigger agencies, people will come in and request feasibility study money for future projects. So most agencies are funded every 2 years, and that limitation is only good for 2 years. So one biennium they come, they get the money to do the design. The next biennium they come to request the money. DAS is an anomaly where we typically pay for our feasibility studies, and we come in and we ask for the whole enchilada all at once because we have the funding to back that. Where aviation wouldn't, they would need to come, make a request, develop a project, and then come back.
I do have empathy for entities that don't have money for organizational development or consultant support or data. I have empathy for that as somebody who ran an organization like that. It was really hard. So I couldn't even get to the capital projects rodeo because I didn't have any data to support my ability to get there or staff. And so I heard a couple of those. So I would say, if, we're maybe not the granting authority for that, but if there's an avenue we can send people down to try to be effective in that space and support that kind of recommendation, I would love to do that because it's incredibly disempowering to not even be able to compete in capital efforts. Don't have the data.
To me, that would be a great
pause for
comment.
just a moment and read? Could you have Amy read that comment section?
Joe, can you read that back to us?
Joe, okay.
Yeah, it is. It's Amy's words, but I'll read it. So comment says, show us how you have collaborated with OEM, looking for a higher level of readiness, concerns over due diligence, complete capital work, bring an actual proposal and plan for the board to approve or deny, examples of other agencies where they brought forth plans to plan, which is better than nothing, There was concern about overstepping the board's purview of telling the agency how to do their plan.
We don't need to give that comment. That's internal. That's us.
But what about a recommendation to say that you should come forward for a funding request to do feasibility studies or to do a business plan looking into the 10-year plan? To me, that would be great to be able to put into a memo to the director.
even if you
let's,
take that,
let's add
show
what
another
Jeremy just said.
What he said.
I'm not on the board, so I'm just.
Okay, but you're
Per conversation.
per the conversations in the room, what he was just saying, aviation could ask for a feasibility study that would guide them for their future, because it just seems like too much of a vacuum, and I don't think anyone in the room is comfortable with that kind of a vacuum.
So are you're sort of implying a little bit that the agency may be destabilized, is destabilizing because of its funding issues and its building, and they have no way to move forward because regardless of the plan.
Yes, I don't think I'm saying that. It's what, I'm not in that deep. I'm still at a higher level. And I'm not saying that you're lower, but I think you've gone down deeper into the analysis. I'm still at the 30,000 foot level, which is just what I heard was I am not comfortable with.
Well, you guys can do, vote how you vote. And I think this is, this is what we do. This is how we're trying to evolve the board. So.
All right, so the tape, what we hear on the table is proposed for aviation to not accept the plan as presently constituted, invite them back, but also ask them to consider their future by asking for feasibility and doing a few other things that we've recommended up there.
Is there precedent to this? In the past, has a plan been denied? Do they come back that same biennium? Because
we've done what's called
the aviation evolving over 6 weeks to come back and give this power.
I was gonna say, yeah.
That's my concern, is they're not gonna have enough information. We're asking for something that they can't materialize but by August. Regardless, it's gonna take more time than that. I mean, they can come back in September, but the budgets are already in by then. So there is no precedent for it, at least in my tenure here. Oh, actually, there is. What we do is
We have people come back.
we do provisional acceptance. So we'll take your materials. However, please come back and provide such and such information. And we provide more information to the board. We've done that several times. And what we haven't done is flat out said, this is not accepted. And I don't have.
It's a similar thing. It's provisional is a conditional acceptance. It's an acceptance because you presented, but you need to supplement it.
Yeah, you need to supplement.
Okay, so that's do I hear a motion for a provisional acceptance with recommendations, comments to come back?
I would say that they just need to come back at that point. If they're coming back, then we can do all that. We can do a provisional. I can do that later. I think they need to come back.
What's the, this is new, what does he have to do if we deny it? Because he's not asking for any money. Does he have to do it if we don't accept the plan? What does he have to do?
This is the issue. I'm not sure what they can do between now and when we ask them to come back to provide more information.
Or even if we didn't, if we
Right,
just
now
say,
what's the
what would
consequence?
happen if we just
Yeah.
say it's not approved?
Well, the consequences, it goes to the desk director, and that's where it gets informed as part of the budget.
But he hasn't asked.
Right, but he's not asking for it.
No, but it's.
What's the
but
consequence
that
to
is the
him?
consequence I think we're seeking, right? Which is, hey, red alert, not approved. And then that's not a capital decision, that's an organizational decision of how did somebody bring forward a plan that wasn't a plan?
Right.
And so I would say that's not an HR, that's a wrong word for it, question, but that's a
Process.
organizational question. And so I think
So let's make up some rules here. So trying not to have an opinion. I have background information. I'm trying to take out of it, but is there some specificity that we could put within the comments so that, because I'm gonna ultimately probably have to engage with the Department of Aviation, so many DASs, so is there some specificity that we could document, put some bullet points together and say, this is what we want you to come back and present on?
Yeah, that'd be great. There's some specific things that we can.
Please provide alternate solutions to the success of your business in the event of a huge risk that would destroy your building.
I'd say slightly different, like, what is your plan to protect this asset that you are in charge of, to make sure that it's maintained?
Well, and further, your operations in the event of a major.
Well, we
disaster.
can't, so we're talking about specifically HQ though, that's for all of their airports.
Again, if you were to take the PERS presentation as an example, right? So here you're doing your report on your facility plan, right? And you're saying, I don't really have any problems, but I am doing an assessment to make sure that I stay within the guidelines of the executive order, right? And so I've given you my plan and you're gonna accept it, right? And I have the money to do this, right? But this guy came and he said, here's my facility, it's in terrible shape and I'm not planning to do anything about it.
I heard it.
Right? So that is not a plan.
Please provide an action plan.
Yeah.
To perform due diligence on your $20 million request, or provide the data that you had already associated with that. I mean, I don't know how 7 and 20 million came up as dollars. You must have done something.
Well, it was from 2019.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
7 is between rehabbing and rebuilding. That's the range. So they had two options.
somehow they got.
From data,
it was
yeah,
something
but
out of
not
it.
So they actually worked with DAS and we kind of developed how the building could be reconditioned, and then they've just been putting a multiplier on it.
But he also didn't ask for any funding for either one of those either.
Yeah.
And that was quite a range.
Yeah, the track we're on now is that 2 years from now, we're gonna be having the
see
same
the same
conversation,
thing.
have the same conversation.
So they've never actually requested the funds.
I don't know that
And they've just been denied.
I think they requested them last
Initially in 2019, it spun up politically, and I
Yeah.
think that it was chosen not to
Yeah.
bring forward,
Yeah.
not necessarily by aviation.
I realize it.
The-
Lots of baggage.
All right, we have like
Yeah.
3 or 4 more of these to go. Let's make a decision here.
Okay, I call the question, let's call the question. I make a motion to accept the plan and then we can vote, right? And make a motion to accept the plan as is.
We also have provisionally accept the plan.
Oh, I was just gonna say not nay to my own motion.
Oh.
Yeah. I was trying to move us along.
So a motion to accept the plan, that's fine. And so we have a second? Anybody have a second?
I will second it.
I would like to discuss for a bit about the comment added at the bottom. I said, what is your plan to protect employees and this asset? I want to make sure that people's safety is also maintained because for existing building, for leased building, we need to make sure that the facility meet the life safety standards. So I want to make sure we have employee over there. With that, I'll
Yeah, that is a really good,
yes.
that's a really good point. You asked the question and he said, people are gonna get hurt. I'm not gonna vote for this plan.
Okay, good.
No. I'm not gonna be on the record that says,
We have a vote.
we supported that.
Okay,
I think that, yeah,
We had a second.
yeah, I think we gotta call the vote and then I can make another motion if it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a call to vote. Accepting this plan. And let's, all those in favor? No one's voting.
Oh, no, then you got
All
another
those
vote.
against?
All those against?
All those against?
Aye.
So
So that's Dave, Bill, Bruce, Justin, Maddie, and Cindy voting no.
So I'll make a motion.
Kent?
Can you get the vote?
Yeah, Ken, how did you vote?
Yeah, same thing. It's no.
Motion to deny the plan. That's it.
I have a second.
we hear a second.
Second.
Maddie seconded, Bill made the motion. Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of denying this plan?
Aye.
All right,
So that's Dave, Bill, Bruce, Justin, Maddie.
We did not vote.
You did not vote. Okay.
Is that, I believe, a
I
quorum?
called the question.
You still have a quorum.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Before the vote. So the question is, couldn't we ask for a provisional plan that protects life safety?
I think that gets back to Justin's point about, like, our path is this. I think that's getting outside our lane. Back to Justin's earlier.
Yeah, you wouldn't have authority to ask them to
Right.
do something, but you can, by stating it, it goes to the people that could do that.
I mean, you put it in your notes, but I just don't think that's something to. Just that's outside our scope. So can we vote?
Yeah. Let's vote again, and we remind everybody what we're voting on. So you had
The motion is to deny the plan.
there's a second, so
Was by Maddie.
all
Who
those
was the
favor.
second
Was
on the
Maddie.
deny? Maddie, okay.
so we heard a motion to deny. And we voted, or we need to take a vote now? All those in favor of denying this?
Aye.
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 Dave, Bill, Bruce, Justin, Maddie, Cindy, and Kent all vote no, or aye, sorry. We're voting yes for denying.
Yes.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, because I can't type that fast, the motion to accept it was failed unanimously. The motion to denied passed unanimously, correct?
Correct.
I will write everybody's names down individually, but I can't type that fast.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Have check marks on that form.
Checkbox.
All right, each person's name approved tonight. That was simple, but.
Yeah, we can probably add that.
Daniel, we have a full agenda next month, full agenda August. So would you guys be comfortable if aviation came back the meeting after the next two meetings? Because they're gonna be full of all these presentations, then we'd just have, they'd be a guest at one of our future CPAB meetings.
That'll be fine.
I come to our next meeting and we might even have a draft of some of these comments put together for them to look at even, if you want to do that.
I want to have some conversations internally before I.
Got it.
This is great. This is how I want this sort of to continue to evolve. So thank you.
Right, can we move to the next?
Yeah, Department of Education.
I'll recuse myself. My involvement.
That's, yeah.
We'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion to accept the plan in a second.
And I think in the comments, I want to make sure that we add that they should submit both of these to gather the savings on the soft costs.
Okay, did you capture that?
Could you say that one more time? Submit both of these where?
Both of their requests together to garner the savings on the soft costs.
Yeah, I'll add that.
And who made the motion? I'm sorry, there's someone mowing their lawn.
That was Justin.
No, Cindy
No,
made the
I
motion.
did.
I did the second.
I'm sorry, Cindy made the motion?
Yes.
I would like
Justin
to add
seconded. Thank you.
a little bit discussion before we vote. Given the site has, based on the Ogami map, half of the campus is on liquefaction zone, potentially. If they spend the state money to improve the infrastructure, they need to take this liquefaction into consideration. They cannot ignore it.
Do we want to add that as a
Yeah,
comment?
just make a note of the assess the liquefaction as Kent has suggested.
I would also make a comment. I strongly support this project, but I'm worried about the 10% contingency and
That
that
is too small.
it's not enough, given where they're at in the project and given the potential for liquefaction concerns, historical artifacts. And there's something else, but just even if there weren't those concerns, I'd be concerned about the contingency. So I would just want them to make sure that they have a plan in whatever the supplemental budget is called here to request additional funds if they need them.
I guess it depends on whether or not the contractor is also carrying a contingency and stuff in the numbers, because I was like 10% where I would carry.
There's a secret bucket somewhere.
All right, so we have a motion
It's a
to
good point. Interesting.
accept this plan. Do I hear a second?
I did second it.
Okay. Let's take a vote on that then. All those in favor of
Aye.
accepting the plan?
With enthusiasm.
Aye.
Okay, so we have
And Dave is excused to
Yeah,
vote.
Davis recused himself, so it's gonna be Bill, Bruce, Justin, Maddie, Cindy, and Kent. I didn't hear from you.
Did you vote in favor?
Oh, I was muted. Yeah. But the question is this, I want to just ask a clarification question. So we make all these suggestions. If we approve the plan, do we have any leverage? They're gonna follow through some of those recommendations?
The leverage is,
So what we're gonna do, because we're here for the director of DAS. Historically, nothing from this group has necessarily gone beyond just conversations. We're gonna write a memo. We're gonna capture all your comments, your approvals. And then legislature has the decision on what gets funded in partnership with CFO. So we're not gonna be able to lobby for.
No, there's no leverage.
So
Yep.
so this one has been approved and we have a vote to support that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next one.
okay, DSL.
To accept.
Okay, we hear a motion to accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, any comments to be added to?
I have one comment I raised is that, suggest them explore synergistic opportunity to integrate roofing replacement and a seismic retrofit.
Yes, very good suggestion.
I would just give them encouragement. It was stated about how the vision is to get on a 10-year vision, which I applaud. And it's insightful. So
Could you say that comment one more time?
So when they were presenting, they talked about with going in the future, they're going to be looking at their assets on a 10-year vision. And I'm just applauding that.
Yeah, that's a
forward thinking.
Good shout out for the 10-year next steps.
Just want to add that I thought that their presentation was well done, professionally done.
Yes.
Yeah, shout out for
100%.
excellent presentation.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to accept that?
All right, so,
Oh, yeah, we accepted that already.
all right. So we got.
Don't remove my roofing comment over there.
Yeah, could you say, that was the one I was wondering, could you say it again for me?
Okay, explore synergistic opportunity to integrate roofing replacement and a seismic retrofit.
Okay, yeah, good point. Okay, so we've heard a motion, it's been accepted. Now let's take a vote on this one. All those in favor? of
Sorry,
approving
before
this
you
plan?
do that, can I get who made the motion and who seconded it?
Justin made the motion.
Bill seconded.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Kent, what did you say?
Aye.
Unanimous.
So for the record, Dave, Bill, Bruce, Justin, and Maddie, and Cindy, and Kent all voted aye.
Okay, next we have VA. We're making a motion for 46 million. Do we accept the plan?
I have heartburn on that one, because we're gonna invest $40 million in Roseburg site. We don't even know what the design standard they're gonna follow, how they're gonna plan to comply with the executive order. Was it clear to me? They defer to potentially they will carry, wasn't clear to me. The other one is the liquefaction on the site. They said they are doing the wetland mitigation. So I would like to see, I don't know if it's within our purview to see, to request the geotechnical report for the site, to confirm if the building, they're gonna build the building on the liquefiable soil or not.
Is that within our purview, Daniel?
To request a study, it could be a recommendation.
Yeah. That's how you would do it.
We recommend.
I don't think that is within our purview. I mean, we are not the contractor, we are not the planner, we are not the developer that's developing the site. We have to trust that they're hiring professionals to do this work.
Yeah, well, we've had questions, like we've offered up, like when somebody's doing a building, like, hey, you should get a project manager to run this scope, because we've heard the staff that you have doesn't do construction. We did that with some entity last before. We offered that up as something to consider.
He said they're in the middle of planning. He didn't have the answer to that because they're not that far along in the planning.
Yeah, all I'm saying is we have said that you should consider these things. So, but the expertise that we bring here should be, if there's something that you think could offer them some help, it's just notes. That's why.
Constructive feedback, I guess.
It's not, to your point, it's like, you have to
I
do
just
this.
feel like we're criticizing them when they're not far enough along in their planning. That is certainly going to be part of the process. They're giving us a conceptual plan with a ROM of what that costs. That is the professional way to go about it. They're citing that there is wetlands to be mitigated. They're certainly not going to even get a permit to be able to build something on top of a wetland that isn't mitigated. That's not possible. So I think I think that's crazy for us to make them feel like we would think that they would do something like that.
So my question was this: we're not criticizing any of their work. Simply to ask what's their plan to comply with the executive order for new construction requirements. That's all we're asking. This is within totally 100% within our bound to ask that question.
Maybe it could just be rephrased as a question or observation. What is their plan? It still could be accepted, but what would be their plan that would give us a little more detail, not directing them?
Don't they have to comply with the executive order already? That's what the executive order is.
Well, is it less of a compliance piece and more of a flag about funding? Back to this question of contingency. So, if they're at the concept level and they think it's X million, and they know they have these hazards, but they haven't assessed it yet, and then when they do, it's suddenly X million times an extra 50%. I don't know if that's.
Then they'll have to come back to the
Then they'll have to
bucket.
come back. Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
I mean,
because this
but
is
you
the first
have to
stage.
comply. I mean, that's what an executive order is. You have to comply.
Okay.
You're at a planning stage. I just feel like that's putting a layer of criticism back to them. That it just, I don't know. I feel like we are becoming this, instead of saying, thank you for presenting this, and yes, this, we're a capital planning and you put together this capital plan, great, right? At this level of this stage of planning that you're in, this seems accurate, right? You aren't going to know whether or not you have enough money because you're not far enough into it yet. And you can't be far enough into it yet at this stage in the game to answer these questions. So to say you make sure you do this or do that, that feels like you're being condescending to me.
So, sorry, and so is our approval of, yes, we approve of it to go to the next stage of planning? Or is it, yes, we approve, what is it that we're?
You're asking.
Because I would say.
This sounds like a good plan, so they can take it forward to.
Okay.
Right?
I would approve that.
With Daniel. I'm in here. HB 3409, we have a couple different places in statute that any project greater than $1 million has to come to task for approval. So would this be a situation where the board could recommend that when they get to a certain point within their planning, that they come back to the board and then they showcase that we actually contemplated BPS, seismic, energy, all the different things? And then, because right now they don't have any of that.
Can I weigh in here for just a second as the former analyst for ODVA, and I'm very familiar with this project.
Go ahead, Dameron.
They're kind of in a rock and a hard place at this moment, because quite frankly, what they have to demonstrate to the feds is that they can get money from the state. In order to get money from the state, they have to demonstrate that they have some sort of a plan to move forward with this project. So, and they have been on this short list, so to speak, for the last 3 years now, to be able to get their match from the federal government, because the state has put up their amount from the federal government, because the state has put up the match for 2 biennia in a row, and by providing bonding authority should the feds approve, or holding money into a special purpose appropriation should the federal government approve. So they're kind of in a stage where the project's really not gotten off the ground, because they can't do anything until they actually get the federal money. And so they're just trying to demonstrate. I think what they're trying to demonstrate is what they are hoping to do, but it's not fully baked. And I would hope that they would come back to CPAB when it is fully baked to actually get official approval of an actual construction project. Because right now it's just planning stages. That's all I would say. That's all I would add.
That's good.
It's kind of like the military has to have land in their name to be able to get federal funding to build. They have to have this funding in place to be able to get the federal grant to be able to develop the project. And so that was what my recommendation was, is they would come back once that planning starts to show that they're catching these metrics that we're after.
I want to clarify a couple of things here. So one is the wetland versus the liquefaction. Liquefaction, that's the question was raised. You know, the wetland they are mitigating, but if you have wetland at your site, because there's potential you have liquefaction. That's why we raised that question. And the other piece is, if we want to talk about approve this plan, because they talk about they request $40 million from the state. If we don't know, the site condition and how they're going to comply with the plan to comply with the executive order, I cannot tie my name to the approval in the end. I'm sorry.
Could you do a refresh?
Yeah, we don't have to have unanimous consensus. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That should be it. Yeah, I want to put my name. I'm against it. I'm going to say very clear now, right now.
Make a motion to accept the plan.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
That was Maddie made the motion. Justin seconded.
All right, and let's take a vote on that. All those in favor of accepting this plan?
Aye.
Say aye.
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 So that's Dave, Bill, Bruce. I didn't see your vote. Bruce, was your vote? Aye. Justin, aye. Maddie, was it aye?
Aye.
And Cindy, you are aye. Kent, you are no, nay?
No. Yeah, my answer is no.
Okay.
I'd just like to clarify one thing, that keeping with what Justin said, for the requirement to comply with the executive order, they're going to have to do this. They're going to have to look into seismic liquefaction.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that was missed.
Remember my question.
All right, and we've retained those comments in there, so that'll be a good reference point. Thank you.
Can I make one other comment just in their plan acceptance? I don't know if I can do that after we voted, but.
What is the comment?
Just that I appreciate how strapped they are for back-end resources to be able to do strong capital planning. And I would hope that they get some support in that.
You get that, Joe? You just add that.
I didn't hear that. It
Oh,
was a
just
little
that
too far away.
I appreciate, how strapped they are for operational dollars to get to the point that they can do robust and consistent capital planning. And that I hope they receive some support for that.
Very complex when you have to do Fed and state all together, so.
Okay, should we go to PERS now?
Yeah, next we have PERS, our last one.
I move to accept the plan.
All right, we have a motion to accept the plan from PERS
That's Bill. Edie.
by Bill. Do I hear a second?
Cindy seconds.
Cindy second. They're not asking for any project money. We can make a note of that. No.
Are they? Can I, so I did ask a question about history of the PERS headquarters, and they mentioned about the building was designed in 1984. So our state did not recognize the threat from the Cascadia earthquake until 1994. So anything built before 1994 pretty much were under-designed. So I think it would be really good if we could add a comment here, is that encourage them to conduct a seismic assessment of their headquarter building.
Did you get that, Joe?
Got it. Thank you for asking. Yep, I'm typing it the side here.
And I think that's part of his planning.
Yes, it is, and it's.
Yeah. All right, so do I hear a motion to accept? Did I say that already?
Yeah, they just gotta call the vote.
Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 It appears to be unanimous, Daniel.
So that's Dave, Bill, Bruce, Justin, Maddie, Cindy, and Kent all voting aye.
Yeah.
All right, we went a little bit long, but it looked like we accomplished all of our objectives for the day.
We didn't accomplish all of our objectives.
Oh.
We didn't evaluate the projects.
We just have one, right?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
First go round.
See, this is what I was trying, this stuff takes forever.
Maybe we should contemplate having a second meeting after the presentations, because like we can finish today, but these are gonna get more intense as we go. And
These are the smallest
some of
agencies.
the calories occasionally.
Does the organizations get more? Like, they get bigger?
They get more sophisticated.
Okay. Like, that's.
Yeah, I knew what you were saying.
So we just want to run through these real quick. What do you think, Chair?
I'm a little bit concerned about the time of our volunteer staff that have come all the way in from Portland and other places. Is there any of this that we could do over internet with concurrence?
Really, I have a hard stop. I
I
can give
have a
another,
hard
I give
stop.
another
I'm not,
15.
I'm not gonna be able to stay. I'm sorry, I have to be on a call.
I'm already late for my call, but if we're gonna do this later, I'm telling you, my memory is not gonna be good. So
Okay.
it's gonna be, it's gonna be filled with 20, it's gonna be filled with 20,000 other meetings between now and then. So
I can do 15 minutes then.
I can give
Yeah,
15 as well.
I can do at least 15.
I already canceled.
And I've got another. So,
All right, let's go fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means, let's keep
all
it
right,
concise.
let's rock and roll.
Okay, so what do you got?
I would just say, while he's doing that, being one of, like, Bill and I've been on it before, this, I can see every time I'm on the, every time it's improved, it's an improvement, the way you're dealing with what we tell you, so.
The problem
really
is,
great
we
process.
took a 4-month process and we put it into
Yeah,
3 months.
and it is good, it just
That's the hard part.
takes a lot of time, so overall, we're, when my first time was much better.
One of the best conversations we've had.
Yeah, I'm already, I'm sorry, I'm the one who said you only have, now you have 14 minutes for the meeting.
All right, Joe, just go for it, rapid fire.
Okay, so first one's Oregon Department of Education. Project 1 was the services infrastructure. We have 11 questions, yes or no. First one, Is the project supported by the agency's strategic facility and master plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go closer.
Are we doing like a majority
Maybe
here?
we're gonna come up by the screen because it's too hard to see.
That was unanimous.
Yes.
Okay. All right, question 2. Has the agency identified or secured an appropriate project site?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the project a continuation, completion of a project,
Yeah.
e.g. additional phase?
Isn't it? Because they've started their master plan, so we would say.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their track and everything, yeah.
Is the project construction ready?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
No,
Only conceptual.
Does the project reduce the agency's deferred maintenance backlog?
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Yes, 39 million.
Okay. Does the project mitigate a risk to the agency's facilities?
Yes.
Yes.
Does the project implement climate change adaptation strategies?
Well,
We put it, we don't know.
It's not clear, so
Maybe we could, in the future, add an unsure
it
option.
will. That might be good for the next round, Joe, is to add that feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, skip it.
You want to skip it?
Yeah.
Okay, and I can add that later. Okay. Question 8, does the agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project?
I'd say yes.
Does the project result in a net consolidation of space?
Yes.
I'm not so sure. This is infrastructure, right? It's all underground work. So how?
No, this was a building. This
That's
was
two.
knocking down buildings. This was doing a lot.
Yeah, 2 down, 1 up.
Oh, this
It's
is
the
in
door.
the residential hall, right? Is that?
Yes,
is it-
yes.
Oh, okay, not just
We're doing
the
the
replacement of underground infrastructure.
That's
Oh.
Well,
$99
yeah,
million.
they're all in a tunnel now. Sorry,
I know.
is that too
Right.
pedantic?
So we're doing this as individual requests, so this is just for the infrastructure, the $20 million infrastructure project.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they're going from all over the campus into one
Yeah.
tidy trench.
Okay.
Party troops. Oh, I'm with that.
That's
I think that's a consolidation.
Okay. So am I hearing a yes on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Does the project support agency collaboration?
Emergency management's involved in
Yes.
looking in
Yeah.
to be there, so yes.
Well, but that's not because of the digging a trench.
They want clean water if
Well,
they're
they
gonna
do
be
need-
there.
Consistent power.
Consistent
Okay.
power, clean water.
Okay. That's coming. Where it down.
Okay. Last question, does the project budget seem reasonable for the scope of work?
No,
That's what Maddie was saying.
Yeah,
Not
I think-
sure.
To the
I
best
think
of our
Manny-
knowledge, we could say yes.
Contingency.
Yes, although, yes, and then in the comments, I would add in, concerned about liquefaction, potential in relation to trench. Advise, on an assessment and rerouting if needed.
Instead of saying trench, can we say underground infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to
And then
reroute.
Manny, is this also your point about maybe contingency funds aren't enough?
all right, let's go to the next one.
Okay, next one, still with Department of Education, it's gonna be the residence hall.
Yeah.
Just get there. Okay, they're all the same questions. Is a project supported by the agency's strategic facility and master plan?
Yes.
Has
Two's a
he-
yes,
What's that?
two's a yes, three's a yes,
Okay,
four's a no.
construction ready? No. Okay,
Yes, 5 is yes.
Yes.
5's yes. Okay, mitigate a risk.
Six is a yes.
Project implement climate change adaptation strategies.
We didn't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay, another unknown. Okay. Agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project?
I guess yes, right?
Okay. Does the project result in a net consolidation of space?
Yes. Yes.
Support agency collaboration?
Yes.
Yeah, all that OEM.
And I think the same comments that we put from the last one, right? Patty?
Right.
Yeah, I would say yes, and then comments are concerned about contingency for,
Concerned about contingency?
yeah, that's it. Just leave
Okay.
it, I have a couple concerns.
And also liquefaction also, to just add that, because they need to study this anyway, so just add that in there.
And so 11 is yes. But Kent, my thought about liquefaction is if they have to meet the state mandates, it's not so much that it's a liquefaction risk, it's a budget risk.
So, well, the thing is this,
We can debate later,
you
because
tell,
but-
they are intertwined, because if you started to deal with the liquefaction, the cost will go up quite a bit. So this is why, when people talk about the money, I just say, well, what is that based on? Do you based on the, no requirements on mitigation, or based on consideration of mitigation of liquefaction? So that's why I'm very uncomfortable. If that's not clear.
Yep.
Let's go to the
Okay, next one.
next one.
This was their grandstand.
Okay. Copy everything.
Yeah, that is.
Yes, mission. Yes,
Yes,
right.
Paul.
Yes,
Sorry, so one, yes.
yes, yes. Yeah,
Continuation, okay. Construction ready.
Yes.
yes, right?
Yes.
Project, reduce agencies deferred maintenance, backlog.
Okay, so it's not construction
Well,
ready.
they're gonna have to put 88, they're gonna have to,
I mean, there's no drive.
So here we're moving back to 4.
Yes. So 4 is a no.
4 is a no, okay. Okay.
That would be a yes, right?
5 is a yes,
5 is a yes, okay. Mitigate a risk,
yes, EA,
okay. Implement climate change adaptation strategies,
Grandstone.
7's a no,
It's a no.
okay. Sufficient capacity to execute the project,
Yes.
yes,
Yes,
net consolidation of space,
not really.
no.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Or no.
support agency collaboration,
10 is a yes, once OEMs are, they're gonna have to broadcast,
budget seem reasonable for the scope of work.
yes,
That would be fine, yes.
yeah.
Any comments on this one?
13,
Okay,
No comments. Go ahead to the next.
all right. Next one is pavilion.
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, let's forget the pavilion.
Pavilion, not a
It's under a minute. It's under $1 million.
Okay, great. Then we're gonna move to state lands then.
Lands is a huge project.
So the first one on state lands was the roof and solar at headquarters.
Yes. First one is yes.
Okay,
Yes, for the
okay.
Yes, I guess.
corporate side, yes.
Continuation, completion of a project.
It's a new
It's not a
project.
continuation.
It's a new project. It's
A
no.
new project, so it'd be a no.
New project, no. Okay. Construction ready.
You know,
no,
No.
because they still have due diligence to do.
They were gonna evaluate solar and seismic, so no.
So
Okay.
yes, to reduce deferred maintenance.
yes.
That's mitigating,
So, okay, deferred maintenance, reduce it. I heard a yes.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, but you just did, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, proceed.
Mitigate a risk to the agency's facilities.
Yes.
All right. Does a project implement climate change adaptation strategies?
No.
Well, if solar's in there. Oh, they haven't done.
They haven't.
Studies.
Yeah, so no.
Okay. Does the agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project?
Yes.
I think I heard yes.
Yep.
Okay.
No.
Uh,
No, right?
9's a no.
Okay. Support agency collaboration.
Not really.
No,
Okay. Budget seem reasonable for the scope of work.
yes. I don't know, is $2 million reasonable? I have no idea.
How big is the roof?
Okay. Any comments on
It
that?
could be. It could be. It could be, but not, the roof cost could be reasonable, but they need the seismic and solar assessment first.
Yes.
And I would also say if they do a solar assessment, they should be doing a microgrid or something, you know, some sort of related assessment.
One more.
Oh, gosh.
Let's get closer to the door. That's.
I don't know where this came from.
What's our next one?
The last one's the Roseburg, the matching funds, for the vets.
Well, they need federal money.
No, Joe, it's vets.
Oh, it's vets. So what about state lands, roof, solar siding, windows at South Slough?
Is that over $1 million?
I'm not sure.
Let's skip it because I don't think it is.
Okay, all right. So what was the project for vets?
The new facility.
Roseburg Veterans Housing Home.
It's good for $3.5 million, but they've already got
Okay.
35 approved. They're looking for 38.5.
So we'll say Roseburg VA facility. Okay. Supported by the agency's strategic facility master plan.
Yes.
Secured. 2 is yes.
That's the project continuation.
I'm not so sure. Two, I'm not so sure unless you guys, you know, maybe yes, but
If they have the
cannot
land.
confirm.
They were given to, I'm sure they were given the land, right?
No, but they have the land. They're just
Right.
building on their own land. Now, can they build on all the wetlands and everything else? That's a
Yeah.
different question, but they have land.
Oh, okay. I would look at the appropriate project site, appropriate. So I would
yeah,
focus
but-
on that. It's not just the land.
I still think it's a yes.
I think it's a yes to get to the next phase of where they're at in their
Okay.
study.
Okay.
Okay, continuation and completion of our project.
Not a
No.
continuation, it's new, right? So it's new.
It's new.
No.
No,
It's
No.
continuous completion of site development.
definitely not construction ready. That's for
No.
Ken.
Okay, not construction ready, got it. Reduce agency's deferred maintenance backlog.
New building.
No.
No,
No.
Mitigate risk to the agency facilities.
you know, for next time, I'm also wondering about risks to agency operations, because I would say if they're having capacity limits and people have to come all the way up here, that's a,
That would be one.
I would,
I think it's a no based on what we heard.
I don't think we know enough to know, but it's a new.
no.
So you think it's a new, just leave it. Just leave it
Yeah,
blank.
because it's a new facility and.
Okay, so let's leave it-
Overall, plan, we don't.
Let's leave it blank. I don't
This
know.
is
Okay.
fine.
Okay, 6, we're leaving blank. 7, implement climate change adaptation strategies.
We didn't get into that, so I don't know.
Yep.
My assumption would be yeah.
That's
Yeah.
another unknown, okay.
Yeah.
Agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project.
Right, I would say yes.
Yes.
Yes, Daniel
Okay.
says yes.
Result in a net consolidation of space.
No.
They're expanding.
Yeah.
Do something the opposite.
I feel like we should make that one only apply to office space or something.
Yeah.
Ten's a no, right?
Okay,
Well, no, collaboration with the feds. Getting
Oh, yeah.
40 million bucks.
Okay, I'll still.
Can we leave 9 open? If we say no on this thing, this means that we cannot do any future expansion. If somebody grows,
Nine's,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
a good
nine's
point.
blank.
yeah, for
Okay.
9, can we say? Okay,
so you want to change 9 to
Not
blank?
applicable.
leave it
Really?
open.
Yeah.
Leave it open because it's not applicable to their situation.
Yeah, what I can do is on the back end, I can change this, and I think we'll add something like unknown or NA.
Okay.
But I'll fix that one.
So ten's a yes. That's the project, see reasonable budget, I don't. Yes or no?
Okay, last
I
one.
would say leave that blank, and then in the comments, it's questions about cost based on seismic, excited to go to the next stage of planning. And then, do you have to have a quorum to gavel out?
We have quorum.
If you, we have a quorum if he leaves. Okay, yeah, sorry, never mind.
So that's
Get
been
your
fun.
gavel.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Get your gavel.
We're good?
Bye.
We're out.
We're adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All
Ken.
right.
All right, bye.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good hot weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, it's nice to see you. All right.
Thank you, Daniel. It was a bit of a rough